was gonna say I could ask Gravity if he could judge like when Comic Tutor dips.
Gravity
Or if you guys
Titan.
don't mind. Yeah, Gravity Titan.
Didn't we
He
have,
judges
wasn't there
you.
like a negative influence in there with not influence, but like wasn't there like a little bit of a weird interaction last time Gravity judged debate for Tutor? For related.
Live right now.
Nah, it was you and Gravity when me and TR debated Batman versus Black Panther in a 1v1.
I don't mind either way. But it's
Let's
up to
do it.
related 6.
I'm good with it. It doesn't.
All right, I gotta ask Gravity. He said he gets off of work at 10:30, so he'll be in here. But I just have to just gotta make sure. I'm gonna call him real quick and then I'm gonna pop back in here. Hold on, give me a second.
Once K leaves, we're gonna get started without him, so that they work at disadvantage.
Good plan. To be serious though, we're going to tell Gravity when he gets here that he'll only be covering for Tutor for those 30 minutes.
Fair. We can make sure that happens. Though I would like to get things moving sooner than later if Comic Tutor is on a time limit.
So would I, to be honest with you. We got to wait for K.
Yes.
Yeah, send it to Arhanka. Send it to Arhanka, and Arhanka can do whatever with it. That way, K and Six and whoever needs to get their friends that are banned.
Who's mind fan the man? Why do they wish to speak?
They're people requesting to come up.
All right. Do we get Keyblade up here or not?
Looks like he's been outvoted as judge.
Outvoted?
Yeah, Keyblade. It seems like Keyblade's been replaced as if Gravity Titan is available.
All right.
What you gonna jump down VC? All right. I'll throw this announcement.
You throw it at Lions, I'll throw it
in
here.
Lions, yeah.
Go do it in social media.
Yeah.
Wait, who's DM?
This is up and running. I don't know if those are people requesting. Then I think we got everything that we need.
No, Black Panther Moon Knight versus who's DM?
Who is DM? Who would make such a mistake when they would create the debate thing like that? It's so weird.
Yeah, man, they got to be absolutely wild and out of pocket.
Yeah, man, that shit. I can't even understand how some shit like that would take place.
Give me that.
Somebody should edit that. Like
absolute foolery.
You know, I'm a blame Ray Soul. He's the person who normally does shit like that.
Yeah,
don't know why you do something like that.
I'm fine with blaming Ray Soul on record as well.
Can we change that to where it says BM instead of DM?
Probably could, but I'm too lazy.
Shit.
Well, guess let's go out there for the entire world to see. Let's try to keep this as clean and concise as possible too. After all, it's being live streamed to YouTube. I don't want anything crazy to happen and end up retconning the channel.
I hate when channels get retconned.
Me too. Me too. Especially when it's my channel. You know, me and your uncle's channel.
Yo, did Kay go to bed? What is going
I
on?
think
He said he was going to go call somebody real quick, but good God. That man took a nap.
King 6 Hour, I haven't had a chance to speak with you in a while.
I'm doing good, brother. You?
I'm doing all right. Did you happen to see that that video that Amasodi made about you?
I did. It was funny.
I'll be honest. I didn't think about it until he said something, but I found myself pretty goddamn jealous in the same way.
6, man. You ready to lose today?
Man, you talking all that bitch.
I'm glad you're ready to take it. Okay, cool. Good response.
Listen,
Good response.
listen. I don't care who wins as long as Azazel loses.
Damn.
Yo, that means you're also playing on the downfall of CR. Just saying.
No. CR can win, but you can lose.
Somebody please drag K back in here. He acting like we got all night.
Nah, he's requesting to come in here. I see his hand wave.
Where is he at?
I see all the way at the bottom. Second row from the bottom.
Second row from the bottom. I swear he's banned on my screen because I don't see him at all.
I'll get him. Okay, I'm getting you up now. Get your ass up here. Bitch, why are you leaving for? You could have muted when you did the phone call.
Bro, on God, I was sitting in here for like a cool 5 minutes, bro.
You couldn't type nothing in general to let nobody know that you were back.
Bro, on God, I was looking for general, and I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't find it.
Okay. So I'm not gonna be mad at you. I'm not gonna be mad at you because I forgot I changed general to community.
I was like, I don't know if they're gonna see this if I type it in one of these random sections. So I didn't say anything, but
no, man, you're good. I can't even be mad now.
Nah, yeah, but I spoke to Gravity. He said that it's not 100% that he can like step in because he said he's out with friends. But he said if anything, he'll probably be home around like 11:30, 12. So if like Scooter is still gone and then Gravity's home, he said if he gets home before like the time, then he'll step in. But if he's not home, then
well, let's rock and roll with what we got right now, and we'll see where we can get to.
Wait, is it streaming on YouTube now?
Yes.
I'll let them know. Let me
if you look at announcements in this server or line server, the link is put in there. They can always just watch it on that. Huh? Is this? So I think it is. Hold on, I gotta. That is interesting. Oh.
Where we sending scans again?
Yeah, I have no clue where we're doing that either.
So if you look at the debate, where it says debates, the very top channel says BPMK BMDS.
Okay.
Debates, the very top channel.
I'm gonna move it just above. Now it's just above the channel that we're talking into. It's just above the stage.
Okay.
That's good. Okay.
You guys need me for something else?
No, sir.
All right, Slam. Peace.
Thank you, sir.
Wait, where's Tutor?
Tutor's up here, I believe. Yeah, he's up here. He's quiet.
I was gonna go over like what do you guys want as like a basis, like better rejoiner time limit, etc.
Essentially, if somebody takes too long and they takes too long to send something, and they end up leaving. Really good. Nah, I think we're good off all that. We're a comic. I think we're just keeping it with the basic stuff this time.
The basics it is.
related. You mind checking DMs for me real quick?
No problem.
Something very interesting that I knew I had, but when going through it and seeing it again, yeah.
Yo, 6, you awake? No way, this bro. Yo, King 6. Yo, Raekwon.
That is, ain't it? That is, ain't it? Oof. Good God.
Motherfucker, don't be putting my government name out there like that.
Way too late. He just got doxxed in real time.
Put my government name out like that.
Well, guys,
I had to make sure you ain't sleep.
Nah.
In the interest of time, I think we should go ahead and get started. I will say I nominate K and King 6 to start us off, given that Azazel and I started things in the last battle.
We gotta flip a coin.
Ain't flipping no coin.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Last time you just said that you went first in the last one, so I had to go first, and I said cool. But now we flip the coin.
He's scary. He's scary. He's scared. That's all it is.
On God, we flip the coin. On God,
he's scary.
Really flip the coin for us.
He's scary.
Man, if you say so, okay. Jeez.
He's scary. He's running. Don't worry.
Okay, I had more faith in you than this, but okay. It is what it is.
Wait, am I right about this?
I didn't know you were shaky like that.
I'm not. I'm just. You know what I'm saying? I gotta. You know.
It's a little bit frightening. That's all.
I gotta keep it tactical.
Yeah, man. You say tactical, I hear shaky. But if Tom and Tudor want to go ahead and flip a coin for us, and somebody can call it.
Tudor? Yeah, this man Tudor is asleep.
No, I got a coin right here. All right, someone call. I'll toss it up right now.
All right.
Azazel?
Toss this in my hand.
I'm picking tails.
It's all right. Just whatever.
All right, it is heads.
So y'all want me to go first? It's heads. It was y'all.
What you thinking, Azazel?
My bad. What happened?
We won.
Oh, they go first.
Bet.
Name your category, gentlemen.
All right. King 6, what you want to start with?
We can start with speed.
Ooh, easy.
We can start with that.
Speed. Bet.
Just a question: Will we be covering combat speed, which, in my opinion, includes reaction speed, or combat speed as well as movement / travel speed?
Probably just combat speed and reaction speed. I don't really
think
movement speed is relevant. I mean, if you guys want to do movement speed, it don't really matter, but I don't think it really matters in this type of battle. But it's up to y'all.
That's a very interesting opinion right there, that it don't matter in this type of battle. That's interesting.
I would.
What's the terrain? Like, are they in neutral ground? Like, what are we doing?
Neutral ground at a consistent time that they fight, which would be night. So,
Yeah, my understanding is that versus battles are on neutral ground.
Okay, so if you guys want to factor in travel speed, it doesn't really matter. I don't see how it really benefits either character, but we can do it. I don't care.
Rock out, good sir. It's on you.
All right, so King 6, I'll start us off with a premise. So our premise is essentially that both Batman and Deathstroke can react to and tag the likes of Black Panther and Moon Knight. Somebody write that down, please, just so we can, have that.
My bad. You said your premise. I mean, there's a recording going, but can you repeat your premise?
Yeah, I got you. So the premise is that both Batman and Deathstroke are fast enough to react to and tag the likes of Moon Knight and Black Panther.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. All right, so we grab some scans real quick. And I'll be right on my merry way. Do we have like a time limit to like sending scans or like?
Let's just try to get it done as fast as possible. That's all I request.
All right, that's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get these in. I just gotta save them all. Wait, King 6, do you have your scans ready? Actually, no, I'll go first.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You have all your stuff ready?
I don't have all of it ready, but
All right, never mind. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just go. I'm gonna
get mine ready while you do yours.
Yeah, do that. So we could just fire it all in.
Yeah.
Also, the judge hasn't really like tutored. Like, where you at, man?
Judges don't have to. Judges are mostly supposed to listen and everything and go off.
Nah, no, but like I didn't he didn't say no rules, no nothing. Like
He asked if we wanted rules like burden of rejoinder, but nobody answered, so I said I thought we were good.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that.
Truth be told, I actually didn't hear that. So
yeah, me neither.
Nobody even heard me respond to him. Damn.
I didn't hear that shit either, to be honest with you.
Yo, that is absolutely wild. Tutor, you want to reoffer?
Everything.
You're super low, but kinda. Tutor, my good man, you are lower than low. Rejoinder. Just in case nobody knows what rejoinder is, if somebody sends if somebody's asked to provide proof for something and like 5 minutes pass and they don't provide proof for something, then they get a chance to readdress it, and if not, it is dismissed.
Oh, okay. Got you.
It's usually a point loss, but we can make it to like.
Oh yeah, I forgot it is a point loss. My bad. Point lost.
Now I can barely hear Tutor. Like he's fading badly for me.
Yeah, same with me.
My mic is really bad.
I heard him, but I mean,
Azazel, I will leave it to you to choose for our side regarding which rules we agree
I'm
to.
fine. I'm fine with a rejoinder. I'm fine with rejoinder. If they don't have a problem with it, I'm perfectly fine with it.
I'm sorry, this is taking a moment. I'm just I'm just trying to get all of the scans, so I never have to like go back and save it. You feel me? I don't want to have to double back. I'm just making sure I get all of these motherfucking scans because.
Is it possible that while you're loading those up, you can just go ahead and explain or support your premise verbally? That way we can at least keep things moving.
Oh, yeah. I got you. Hold on. I just wanted to make sure I got all my bearings and stuff real quick. That's my fault. All right, so I'll start off with this. Hold up. Where's the scan section at? Here we go. BB. Okay. All right. So to start off, I just wanted to start off by saying that Batman is consistently able to react to light-based attacks and Kryptonian heat vision very consistently. Let me send those in. He's even able to do it at point blank at times. I'm sure everyone can agree that distance matters when dodging things. Distance is in the speed formula. The closer you are to something, the harder it is to dodge because you have less time to escape it. If you're farther away from something, it's easier to dodge. I feel like it's common knowledge. I don't have to get into that unless you guys disagree.
For me, when it comes to that, it depends on what it is. Depends on what type of projectile it is.
Okay. I mean, I feel like it doesn't matter. Like
it does, because certain things like tachyons, based off how tachyons travel, they don't lose speed. When they're traveling, they don't lose speed. Therefore, even if you dodge in a smaller amount of time, you'd still have it'd be almost minuscule. It wouldn't be a multiplier for dodging it at that speed due to how high of a caliber that speed is. Your distance traveled wouldn't matter due to how tachyon movement is.
So the reason why that logic is like just inherently incorrect is because like even if something has a constant speed, if you're farther away from it, you still have more time to dodge it. Like for example, if I have a car,
That's
let's
not what
say
I said.
a car,
That's not what I said.
You said
I
tachyons
said
don't
due
move
to how
speed.
tachyon speed is, aka
Yeah.
particles and everything that accelerate at that speed, how fast it
Okay.
moves would not differ. So
Exactly.
you're aware what makes you're aware what makes bullets differ
Azazel.
in speed, right? Yes.
Wait, is that
Perhaps
not having a constant
one
speed though?
moment, sir. Perhaps Azazel, we should just go ahead and let him argue his premise, and then as you
You're
and I
right.
already we established that she'll take the speed portion of this. We started off. We'll jump on that afterwards.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we're doing it like how we did last time. Like we just argue everything and then you guys rebut like when we're done.
Yes, it's usually it saves a lot of time because we don't have to interrupt you and you can go ahead and get everything out.
All right, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. All right. Just give me one moment. A lot of scans. I think I might have sent some of these twice. Oh, damn it. Hold on, I gotta grab a few more. My fault. Give me a second. This will be quick though.
Let me, just shit. Blurry. That's just gonna be. All right, so I'm gonna just get into the first portion of my argument real quick. Well, I'm gonna get some more in the meantime while I'm talking. So essentially, I'm just repeat what I said. Batman's consistently able to react to light, very consistently. He's even able to do it at point blank. Like I said before, distance matters when reacting to things. An analogy that I can give you is, for example, if someone's driving a car at 100 miles per hour and you have to cross the street, but you're 100 feet away or 200 feet away, etc., doesn't matter. You have ample time to cross the street before that speeding car reaches you. However, if someone teleported that car and it just spawned in front of you and it was automatically going at 100 miles per hour, it would be near impossible for you to dodge. It would be impossible for you to dodge, actually. So that's why distance matters when reacting to things. It doesn't matter if the thing that you're reacting to has a constant speed and the speed doesn't slow down. If you're farther away from said thing, you still have more time to dodge. Like if I'm 100 meters away from somebody shooting a laser at me, I'm not a superhuman, so I can't dodge it, obviously. But in the context of comic book characters, they're farther away, so they have ample time to dodge that. It would be like, for example, the sun. The sun literally emits light. We dodge light every day just by walking around because the sun is so far away. If the sun was point blank in front of us and it was hitting us with light rays, it would be impossible for us to dodge it. So that's essentially what I'm saying. Why distance matters when dodging things. Um, that's basically my stance with Batman reacting to light speed attacks. Now I'm gonna get some scans for him dodging bullets just to like go into like all the metrics of it. He consistently dodges bullets as well. Um,
I apologize if this is taking a little bit longer. It's just I got a shit ton of scans, and I'm trying to save all of these to my camera roll.
I'm gonna
and
need
talk at the same
you to
time.
speed the hell up.
I got you. I'm sorry. All right, so here we have Batman consistently being able to dodge bullets. The first scan that I just sent, he's dodging bullets while being off guarded. As you can see, there's people firing from behind him. He's still able to avoid every single blast. They're also shooting Tommy guns. You guys know those are automatic weapons. They shoot very fast. He's able to dodge every single bullet in that instance. He's also able to react to and dodge bullets at point blank, as you can see here against Two-Face. He does that again in this instance against Jim Gordon. Well, that's not actually Jim Gordon. That's Clayface disguised as Jim Gordon. But again, he's dodging a bullet at point blank in that specific instance. He's also able to deflect bullets at point blank with a chain, as you can see in the middle left panel on the bottom middle left panel. He's deflecting bullets with a chain. Get more scans real quick. Also, I want to point out, I think I sent the scan already, but he's also able to react and dodge light after it's been fired. So that would inherently mean that he had to move faster than the light, because if the light was already fired and he's seeing it after it's been fired, he has to move faster than it to get out of the way of it. That's in the scan that I just sent, by the way, so you guys aren't confused. Batman is also able to react to and tag people with super speed. As you can see here, he's able to do it to Kid Flash while being mind controlled, so he would technically be nerfed in this instance as well, because he's not fighting to his full capability. Also here, he's able to tackle Cyborg Superman out of the sky while he's mid blitz. And again, I'm not implying that these characters are moving at max speed. I'm just implying that these characters are faster than the characters that I'm debating against, which is Moon Knight and Black Panther, and he's able to tag those characters. Hold on, I'll get more proof of him being able to tag characters of that caliber. Just give me 1 second. Where the hell? Oh, my fault. I'm looking for something.
Related, brother. You mind checking DMs for me real quick? I found something kind of funny.
Wait, guys, do you mind? I might have to close the Discord app real quick and then hop back in, because like all of my scans that I had in my server aren't loading for some reason, and I think it might just be a glitch. I might just have to close the app and then come back. Is that fine if I do that real quick? It'd be like 2 seconds, literally.
Sure. I don't mind. I don't know about anybody else.
Okay. All right. I'll be right. I'll
make doing that. Maybe King 6 can just go ahead and start.
Yeah, maybe King 6 can go ahead.
All right. Hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Six.
Oh, we're going. Oh, okay. I didn't know. My bad. I didn't know that's what if we were going. I was going. We waiting, fam. Okay, so essentially, They could see K stated the premise. We have hold on, let me get this right here. Deathstroke being casually able to consistently react to speedsters, react to speedsters and tag speedsters. Hold on, let me send these.
Just let me look at this real quick.
Also, him also being able to react to Superman's heat vision, which K just set the scan for it being light speed, but I can send another scan for it being light speed as well. Oh, and also in this instance, him being able to react to his laser beams and able to tag him right after that as well. All right, let me get some more. He's also stated to be so fast that even Cassandra Cain can't read his body movements. Okay, says he's back. Him also have him being able to react to a nanosecond to tell that something happened. Yeah, maybe.
Okay, all right. Wait, can I resume what I was saying now, or do you what do we do?
I think it would be better to let him go ahead and finish, and then we'll let you pick back up on finishing yours.
All right, that's fine. I'll just get my scans in the meantime.
Yeah, so the last one that I sent, him being able to detect, react to something happening in a nanosecond. Oh wait, did I send that one already? Oh yes. Here's another panel of him being able to repeatedly react to the flash. Why is this shit not scanning? I mean sending. What the hell? It is also stated that Slade is he can see faster than humans, but he can perceive things faster than regular humans can. Also, here's another statement stating that his reflexes are on a superhuman level, and another one saying that his reflex. Wait, hold on. Yes, his reflexes are instantaneous.
Also, 6, just check what's the face. I'm gonna give you another scan real quick in DMs. You can just
I got you. All right. And that consistency, this is him being able to react to someone who can teleport instantly.
Give me a second, 6. Six, check DMs.
All right, I got you.
You 6. I'm looking for all the scans you said. Did you send all of them?
Yeah. Yeah, I got a couple more. Hold on. Let's see. Sorry, I'm like a fucking old man when it comes to doing this. Here's another statement of him saying that there's no sorry, there's no delay between his brain and his movements. And him also being able to tag Wonder Woman.
Also, I don't know if you sent in the scans of him.
Oh
wait, you already sent it. Never mind. I'm tweaking. That's my fault.
Yeah, and he's even tagging. Even it says Wilson. Yeah, it says Wilson may be even faster than she is.
Mm-hmm.
Hold up.
Yeah, and also just to add a little
Thank you.
consistency.
Thank you.
What's that? Yeah. Hold on. But also him being able to dodge star bolts from Starfire, and we know Starfire's star bolts are made from our light energy because its power comes from the sun. Hold on, let me get one more scan of that.
There we go.
One second. Yes, and there's also one for being shooting at him, being damn near point blank range from him as well. So yeah.
Looks like Comic Tutor is stepping down. So do we want to let Keyblade step up?
I'm fine with that.
Damn. I mean, I'll restate. I don't know. Wait, was Keyblade watching the whole thing, or? Because I mean, I'm gonna restate my arguments anyway. So.
Comic Tutor
been here from beginning, my guy.
Okay. All right. Cool.
There's also of him taking down Satana before she could speak. And just to add consistency to all that stuff, him just dodging rocket launcher fire and him fucking dodging a hailstorm of bullets.
Am I missing something, or is Sora not present?
Oh, did he leave? Let me double check. Just in case Yonko's recording. But let me double check. Is he not here?
You need those other skins?
Yeah, I guess he's not here. Is Comic Tutor still here?
Yeah.
Yeah, Comic's still here. Did he say he was stepping down though? Try to hold off the reputation till you get back. All right, he's heading home right now. And since our sub-ins aren't here right now, we can just let you guys finish off your argument since you've already said your things, and then I can just fill in after.
Wait, say that again.
Right now, since we're waiting for him to come, if you guys want to send your guys' scans, and then as soon as he comes back, say your argument, like give a nice and compiled version of your argument, just in case you missed anything, that would be ideal.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'll send in all my scans. King Six, are you done sending your scans? Because I don't want to send them on top of you.
No, you good.
All right. Let me send these last couple of scans real quick, and then I'll get into my arguments whenever he gets back or whatever. Yeah, I'll send this one over. No, I didn't. Okay, cool. Okay. Bang, bang, bang. Here it is. I was like, yeah, where the fuck is this shit at? All right. These are my last couple of scans, and then I'm is he back yet or not?
I haven't seen a message from him, but go ahead, just keep doing you, man. Right now, we'll just wait.
All right. King six, all my scans are written. If you want to send more of your own, you can go ahead, just to make sure you cover all bases.
Let's see if I got any more saying.
Real quick question: are we using these characters at their peak? I mean, my bad. They're most consistent. I meant to say that.
Most
Yes,
consistent.
most consistent. Yes, correct.
Okay,
Most consistent.
also, cool.
Also,
Unless something
okay, is
has
it
been
possible
retconned.
for you to get your substitute judge?
You said what?
Is it possible for you to get your substitute judge?
I can see if he's home. I don't think he is. I think he said 11:30 to 12, so I can check, but I don't think he'll
Well,
be
like I
here.
said, this is being recorded, so
Yes.
like this is all on record. They can always, like, for whatever part the judge misses, they can always watch it right after the debate and then judge off what they heard and what they missed once they watch the recording. Because I hope they won't be missing too much, which I don't believe they will.
I could ask someone else if they could judge, but oh wait, no, I can't because they're banned. What? um,
Oh my god, god damn it. What room was I just reading?
I'll text Gravity.
Here it is, I found it. I wasn't paying attention enough. I need to go back real quick.
Yeah, no, he's not home, so that's not gonna work. This is unfortunate.
My bad. Let me put these here instead.
Yo, Cosmic, can you ask? Cosmic, do you know anyone that could judge possibly or not? I know you're in the chat. Just DM me if you hear me. Is this man? Wait, see, are you still like in contact with Burns? By any chance? CR?
Can you not hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah,
did you hear what
I'm
I
not.
asked? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Never mind. Damn. Wait, what happened to Keyblade?
Keyblade step. I can DM him real quick. Actually, I don't know why I've been not getting around to it.
All right.
That time sneaked up on me pretty fast.
Wait, hold on, guys. I can try to call Andrew Cutter. Would he work with you guys? Hello?
Related. You think Andrew Cutter is any type of good judge? Oh wait, no. Keyblade's here. We're good. He just joined.
Excellent.
God damn it! I keep sending these at the wrong places. I'm about to throw myself off a goddamn bridge.
All right, so this is actually easier because now that we have already sent in the scans and shit, we can just give our arguments, and then y'all could give y'all refutations or whatever.
He's somewhere where they're not about to act as clutter. Yeah. Related. Can you invite Keyblade up, Sora?
Comic
Tutor's
Tutor
back
has his hand
also,
raised. Yeah.
apparently.
Yeah.
I'm fine with either.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, so it looks like for whatever reason, my internet died out. I'm trying to. I see Keyblade is back here now.
So is Tutor. We can just let them both up just in case another one has to leave.
Wait, is Keyblade Sora?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm fine with either as long as we can get the show on the road.
Yeah, I don't care. It's whatever.
Testing, 1, 2.
It's tested. 1, 2.
Sir, we can hear you.
All right, cool.
Oh, we got 2 of them. Wait, are we doing 2 judges? I don't care.
I did. It's once again, it's up to y'all. I just need a judge so we can get this on the road.
Yeah, I think that we.
And Tutor. So
Yeah,
I mean,
they're both here, and that's fine. We have taken a bit of time on this first one, so I think we should just go ahead and finish. Right now, I'm trying to get my internet to come back up, so it'll be like let's just rock and roll.
All right, I'm gonna just give a summary of my argument real quick, and then King Six will give a summary of his, and then y'all can go into your refutations real quick. So starting from the top, this is just a scan to show that Superman's heat vision is high frequency photons at light speed. Once again, Batman is consistently able to dodge that attack, whether it would be off guarded, whether it's point blank, or dodge light at point blank. Sorry, whether it's off guard, close range, whatever the case may be, he's consistently able to dodge Superman's Kryptonian heat vision or Supergirl's Kryptonian heat vision. Also, he's able to dodge Kryptonian heat vision when it's coming from all different directions, as you can see in the scan. I don't know if you guys are following me, but there's a scan where it's a bunch of rats on the floor and they all have eyeballs implanted on their backs that are Kryptonian heat vision, and they all shoot at Batman, and he's able to dodge every single laser. Following that scan, another scan of Batman dodging light coming from multiple different directions. Again, he's also able to dodge Superman's heat vision after it's been fired, which would imply that he's moving faster than the light that's traveling at him because he's reacting to it after it's been fired. Also, I'm sure we've all seen the Dr. Light feat where he dodges light at point blank. CR and Azazel, can you guys see the scan where he's like uppercutting Dr. Light or whatever? It's like right below the scan with Killer Frost in it.
Bro, you cannot be sending us many scans and be asking if we tracking and we following.
I know, bro. I'm sorry. That's my fault.
This man just sent a whole production line of scans talking about, oh yeah, you following? Like, nah, nigga. I don't even know we started or ended. Hell,
it's like it's closer to the middle. It's like after you see Killer Frost, the scan is right there.
Listen. Hear me out. How about next time? Don't send 5,000 scans.
All right, my bad. But I'm trying to ask a question. That's why I need y'all to find the scan. I need y'all to look at it.
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
What scan are you talking about?
The scan where Batman's uppercutting Dr. Light and he's drawing blood. It's right after the scan with Killer Frost.
I see it. What about it?
Okay. Well, you guys would agree that that's at point blank range, correct?
No, I wouldn't agree. If you're talking about the secondary scan.
No, I'm talking about the first page where he uppercuts him.
Yes, I agree that he's pretty. If he were to point his finger at him, yeah, he would be at point blank. I would agree with that. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. Well, he dodges the light directly after that page. It happens in the very next panel. So he uppercuts him and then he dodges the light at point blank. So
okay.
Yeah. After that, we have him consistently being able to dodge bullets. He's being shot at by multiple enemies. They all have automatic guns, Tommy guns specifically, and he's able to dodge every single bullet, not get hit once. He's also able to dodge gunfire at point blank, shot by Harvey Dent. He's also able to blitz him at the same time. He does it again to Clayface, disguised as Commissioner Gordon, dodges gunfire at point blank, and then he blitzes him, punches him in the face. Next scan, it's in black and white. He's deflecting bullets with a chain, so that would be reaction speed as well. I sent this scan twice, I don't know why, but just disregard the Killer Frost scan again. In this scan, he's consistently able to tag characters that have super speed or high levels of speed. As you can see here, he's able to tag Kid Flash, and this is also while Batman is mind controlled in this very instance, so he's also not moving at his optimal capability. And he's still able to react to Kid Flash. And this is consistently able to tag characters that have super speed or high levels of speed. As you can see here, he's able to tag Kid Flash, and this is also while Batman is mind controlled in this very instance, so he's also not moving at his optimal capability. Next scan, he's able to tackle Cyborg Superman out of midair while he's blitzing. Not saying that he's moving at max speed, but he's able to move pretty fast, significantly faster than anything Black Panther or Moon Knight could replicate. And Batman's just able to tackle him out of the sky and react to him. These are King 6 scans. I gotta scroll down a little bit to get back to the rest of my argument. Give me a second.
Could you repeat that last argument and about who one more time?
Mm-hmm.
The last argument. Okay, I said that he's able to tackle a Cyborg Superman that's blitzing out of the air. So that would mean that he intercepted him mid-blitz.
And what'd you say after that?
And I said that I'm not saying that Cyborg Superman was moving at max speed, but he's moving faster than what T'Challa and Moon Knight can normally move at.
Okay.
Next, just scroll past all of King 6's scans. After that, we have another scan of Batman dodging Kryptonian heat vision by an aggravated Supergirl. She's even using area attack of heat vision. Like, she's not shooting it in just 2 I-beams. She's shooting it in a wide range attack. And he's still able to jump and move out of the way. Would you guys agree that Batman is standing around 5 to 8 feet away from her?
Which one?
First panel. It's right under the last scan that King 6 sent. So once you get to the bottom of all King 6's scan, it's right there, the first one that I sent.
She gets to the bottom of King 6.
Yeah, just scroll all the way past all the shit King 6 sent, and then it's right there.
Okay, and what about it?
Okay, so yeah, I'm just asking, would you guys agree that Batman is standing around 5 to 8 feet away from Supergirl?
I think
or
this
in
is
that
a
range,
situation where if that's what you believe, I think that you should just substantiate it, sir.
Okay, well, obviously, what we can see is that she's not too far away from him. They're clearly like within, like if they're in a close range, obviously, I feel like that's apparent. And Batman's able to still react and move out of the way of her heat vision attack. And again, this isn't a regular heat vision attack where it's just 2 I-beams. It's shooting in a wide range. As you can see, she shouts and it literally engulfs her entire face. And if you look at when Batman dodges it in the next panel, there's a huge like wave of it behind him that he was able to evade. That wraps up like him dodging things. Now we go into him consistently being able to move at FT speeds in front of people who can perceive light attacks. So here we have Gotham and Gotham Girl. We know that they have enhanced senses. Powers are comparable to Superman, not on the level of Superman, but comparable in terms of like their abilities. As you can see, they're having a conversation with both Batman and Gordon. And within a blink of an eye, Batman is gone. They didn't even realize that he was able to leave. And then they search for him actively using their senses. As you can see, Gotham Girl says, "I'm using ultravision, but I can't." And she says, "Can you?" He says, "No, I can't." And then Gotham says, "I can see through everything. I can see everything. It's impossible." And then Gordon says, "It's not impossible, kid. It's Batman." Then we have him consistently being able to perception blitz Green Lanterns. He does the Kyle Rayner. He's able to just completely just vanish in front of him. Even Robin is surprised, even though Robin knows he does that all the time. After that, he actually is able to move at FT speed in front of Superman again. Superman is trying to bring him into the cops. Batman then falls and disappears. Superman was ready to go in action to save Batman because I'm pretty sure all of us could agree that when a life is on the line, Superman is willing to do whatever he can to save that life. So yeah, he's in action. Batman disappears from his sight. I already know, comic related, you're going to say that that Batman states sometimes all it requires is wit and a matchless knowledge of the city. That would be irrelevant because it would still require speed for him to complete said feat. An example of this would be if someone broke into my house with an armed gun and I knew my surroundings in my house better than that random person, and I knew I had a gun upstairs in the drawer, it would still require me speed to get to sprint to my staircase and run upstairs and grab the gun before he shoots me. So just because Batman states all it requires is wits doesn't really matter. He still used speed to disappear. So much so that Superman said that there was no report of him having superpowers or invisibility, super speed, anything of that nature. After that, again, he's able to perception blitz Kyle Rayner, take off his ring. And then he does the same exact thing to Hal Jordan Green Lantern. He moves fast enough to just take off his ring while they're mid-conversation. And then I threw some travel speed in here as well. Batman's able to run and catch up to a train on foot. The average train moves at 120 miles per hour. That's a quick Google search. You guys could just you can look that up. Actually, I'll get a scan for that. Hold on. If you guys need substantiation for that, just let me know. I'll get it for you. But he also does this twice. He does it in the first scan, and he does it again in the second scan, and then he's moving consistently at FT speed again in front of regular humans. This first one was a martial artist. He was able to dodge and move like a blur and end up behind him before he was even able to realize. Again, he does it to a couple of gangsters. He's moving so fast that he appears as a blur. They can't even see him or what he's doing. And then the last scan that I sent to round up my speed argument is that he's able to react to a blitz from John Kent Superboy, whose powers were currently being pushed to the limit. As you can see in the middle top panel, if you read that character saying, "Tried to warn you, Black is pushing John's powers to the limit. My grandfather and I were trying to help." So, yeah, he's able to react and block a speed blitz from Superboy, who is a Kryptonian. We already know he has super speed and things of that nature. King 6, you want to get into your argument? You can do so.
I like how this man said a quick explanation. Then this man proceeded to take at least 20 minutes to throw out his argument.
Bro, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I gotta flesh everything out, bro. I can't miss anything. Sorry.
King 6, I'm not gonna put no pressure on you, but I would be so grateful if you were concise here.
Bro, could you repeat that last part?
I said I would be extremely grateful if you were concise with your argument here.
Oh, okay.
Take your time. Take your time. We got all night.
Okay, so right below the first section of K scans, I put up there Deathstroke, so he can consistently react to speeches such as Kid Flash. If you look over there, I meant to get that part, but if you look over there to the right of that first scan, he dodges a hit from Kid Flash and then kicks him right after that. The second scan below that one, he tags Kid Flash mid-run and also does the same thing in the scan right below that. He throws his staff and hits him and he's mid-run. Also below that, we have him reacting to Superman's heat vision. Superman's heat vision, which we know can like speed, is a scan right below that. It says that he deflects his heat beams and also was able to slash him right after that. Right below that scan with the saying the light beams are light speed. He also can move so fast that even people like Cassandra Cain cannot read his movements. She says that his body is swinging. It's like his body is a choir singing, but too fast and too loud. And he said there's too much to follow as well, and the meaning gets lost. Right below that, we have Slade reacting to can perceive something that's happening in a nanosecond, which we know as nanosecond is 1/1000th of a second. Slade also repeatedly reacting to Barry Allen's Flash, and you see him clashing with his swords multiple times with him. Right below that scan, Slade saying that he can see faster than the human. See faster than regular humans, which means he can perceive things faster before regular humans can. Below that, him saying that his reflexes are enhanced levels, superhuman levels of reflexes. Below that, his reflexes are instantaneous, and to add consistency to that, I added a scan of him reacting to somebody who can instantly teleport. Below that scan, they have a scan of him himself saying that before your brain can send its next command, I've already put you down. So there's no delay between your brain and Slade's movements. Him also being able to hit Wonder Woman, and him saying up in the corner that Slade Wilson's may also be faster than Wonder Woman is. his slave being able to below that one slave being able to dodge multiple attacks from Starfire star bolts, and same thing down below that one. And she also says herself that his reflexes are outstanding, and she is like not far away from it all. Could also almost be point blank to him. He's also be able to blitz Zatanna before she can even speak a word. He's able to hit her in her stomach, stop her from saying her spell. And just consistency for all that, I just added him being able to dodge fire from a rocket launcher and him being able to avoid a hailstorm of bullets. So, yeah.
I think they fell asleep.
No,
They got any reputations?
Yeah, I'm just making sure it's I'm trying to go now, correct?
Yeah.
Keyblade.
Okay.
Keyblade.
Yeah.
Let me make sure Keyblade is here. Is Comic Tutor still here, or are we still waiting on his return?
I mean, Comic Tutor and I were texting back and forth in the server that we're taking notes in.
Okay, fantastic.
Keyblade,
quick question: have you been here the entirety of the conversation? Did you ever step out?
The entirety? Like, what do you mean? Like,
he's talking about the conversation from when they started giving their arguments with the scans and everything.
I mean, whatever arguments that I didn't hear, Comic Tutor has already said that he's taking notes for.
One moment, sir. It's not about that. I just want to know whether or not there was a moment in which you stepped out, because if so, I'd like something repeated before I start my rebuttal. So if you were here the whole time, then no problem. I'll just start now. If you were not here the whole time, I'll have to ask a question.
Yeah, I don't think I was here the entire time.
Okay, fantastic.
He's not talking about from when you left and came back. He's talking about, did you leave the room while they were giving their argument just now?
Oh, then no. I did.
Okay, so then you did hear them establish. You heard the four of us establish that we're taking the characters at their most consistent, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. One of the things that I would like to point out is that many of the scans that my opponents are using are not consistent for the characters that we're talking about. They all come from pre-52. The pre-52 for every character that I know of, with the exception of Superman, is not noteworthy for anybody after pre-52. It's not indicative of what the characters are capable of currently.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but Comic Tutor needs to be brought back up.
Okay.
I will bring Comic Tutor back up.
Are we allowed to address like each refutation at a time, or
in the middle of it? Hell no.
Okay, all right, I'm not. I was making sure.
All right, y'all can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Because I was speaking, I was like, yeah, no, I've been keeping notes. Everything should be good to go.
Fair. Well, Comic Tutor, you were hearing what he was saying, correct?
Yes. I mean, he pretty much just stated everything I already took notes on like 30 minutes ago.
No problem. Part of the refutation in regards to their argument currently is that we established at the beginning of our debate that we would be using the characters at their most consistent. Mm-hmm. My opponents have used a number of scans from pre-52, which is not consistent for the new 52 characters. They're not even relevant to the new 52 characters. And judging the characters and basing their feats off of that should not be allowed.
Yeah, that's so everybody's okay with most consistent characters then?
We don't have a bedroom.
That's something that was already agreed to.
Wait, can we wait? I
don't remember that being agreed to though. I'm gonna be.
I think that's during the time that you stepped out.
Okay, then that's fine. As long as it's on recording.
It's on recording. Don't worry, it's on recording.
Wait, do we get to rebut to what he just said though? Because these are all consistent.
Rebuttal, not at the moment. Okay. Like we let you get your time for that. Before Related gets to his other half of his argument, which I'm pretty sure he doesn't even need to get to at this point. I'd also like to throw out this. Let me establish something really quickly. Tutor, how are we addressing fallacies? How are we treating fallacies? Are we treating it as a point null and void? Are we treating it as a point against him in final judgment? Like, what are we doing?
Okay, so fallacies are going to be like whenever they're called. I'm not going to like automatically call a fallacy for you guys. Of course, you know how I am.
No. I know that. I'm asking you, what are they being treated as? Like, if I call a fallacy and it's proper, what is it being treated as?
If it's a proper fallacy, it's a dismissal.
Cool. So, I don't know if this if this is called by me at least, but midway through, before Comics Related even talked, Kay decided to not only present an argument that my partner here never said, he also decided to attack that argument that my partner here never said. And it wasn't an if claim; it was more of a I know you're going to say this, and this is my counter to it. What that actually is, within fallacious terminology, is actually called poisoning the well. It's where you pre-present information to the crowd, the judge, or anybody else listening before somebody gets to say it. Even if you think they're going to say it, even if you have proof they're going to say it, it's still something they never said, and it would be pre-presenting adverse information, which would be right on the nose, as that fallacy is called. Just really quickly, just in case anybody doesn't know it, I can grab poisoning the well for everybody, I guess.
Yeah, I'll know.
In my defense, I didn't know we were going to be using fallacies like this, so that is my fault. But I thought this was like more of a casual debate with like judging.
We didn't know, huh?
What?
I didn't think we were.
Fallacies are like it's not even just a debate thing. It's literally just an error in logic. Fallacies are nothing but putting names towards errors.
The reason why I said that he would say that argument is because we've had discussions on that feat before, and that's what he said. So, but I didn't know
either his mind could have changed, either he could have not wanted to make that argument and all that, and you still pre-presented that argument, fallacy or not. That was still a very incorrect thing to do in a situation like this, especially a debate. You just made an argument for my partner who had not said anything like that.
Okay.
It'd be essentially like if I said, "Oh yeah, he's going to say this," and then I get a free point because of it. It makes no sense. I didn't say it. So
okay. Yeah. So let me clear this up. Fallacies aren't automatic losses for like your argument. It is a dismissal, but it is up to the person to like refute the dismissal. So if you hear someone call a fallacy, Azazel already knows this, but like it's just up to you to like refute it or provide reasoning or logic why it's not truly fallacious, which is like false.
I think it's a little bit too late for that. He kind of accepted it.
Yeah,
I was just.
Hey, you word for word said I didn't know that we were going to be using fallacies like that, but yeah, I see. That was definitely acceptance, man. I mean, if you have a problem with it and you think it's not according to that fallacy,
I do have a problem. The reason why I have a problem with this is because before the debate started, the judges, and this is no like disrespect to any of the judges or anything, but like the judges were very quiet. There were no rules laid down. There was nothing established. Azazel, I think you were the only person that even heard if a rule, like somebody asked a rule question, you were the only one that heard it. So yeah, there were no rules that were laid down
after
going into the debate.
Azazel, one moment.
Go ahead.
Let's just look at it this way. Whether this is a casual debate or not, ultimately the nature of what we're trying to do, again, even if it's casual, is to demonstrate the skill with which we have to debate the characters, demonstrate our knowledge over the characters, demonstrate our persuasiveness, etc. Like that's ultimately what's happening, no matter if it's casual or not. And since it's a competitive debate, we're all trying to win. So no matter what, even if that particular, as you said, rule wasn't established, I don't think it needed to be, but even if it wasn't, it isn't unreasonable for Azazel or myself to point out, hey, what Kay is doing is logically incorrect. Even if I make that argument later, what you've done is, as the name suggests, poison the argument that I could make prior to me even making the argument. It's a logical inconsistency and isn't something that a person should do in a debate.
I feel what you're saying 100%. I just feel like, again, like if the rules were laid down pre-debate, then I definitely wouldn't have made that mistake. I didn't every time we've debated, we've never really, but I don't debate as often as you do. So I'm not as up to par with debate etiquette as you are.
I don't. Okay. I get about one debate, if not less, a month. I literally haven't gotten more than 10 debates.
How many formal debates have you been in?
formal debates. When I was still debating a lot of people before a lot of people stopped debating me, I racked up over 600, but that was a year ago.
So you've been in 600 debates. I've been in 3 formal debates, four formal debates.
Well, maybe this will help.
Let me ask you a better question. Hold on real quick. So was Comic Tutor or Sora or anybody else supposed to read you every single fallacy that exists in the book for you to understand not to commit that? Is that something they were supposed to do?
In every other debate I've had with CR, no one's ever really went down the line of fallacies or laid down a strict rule set that we had to follow regarding fallacies. So I wasn't aware
that this is basic debate etiquette,
being like,
and not formal.
But okay, like I'm not saying that I wasn't wrong. I'm just saying like I feel like it's still unfair because of the fact that I wasn't aware of the situation.
It's not unfair. None of us were briefed on fallacies before this. None of us studied fallacies as soon as
you guys have
this was knowledge that I already had. Go ahead,
this is going nowhere. Let me just maybe I can bring something up. If you're playing chess, right? Like the rules of chess are already laid out, and it's not like your opponents or the judge's fault for you not knowing how to castle, right? That's not, our job to like, no offense here, like to hold your hand or baby you through it.
No, but that's fair. But I feel like if you're playing chess with somebody, you're also going to explain the rules of how to play chess to that person before you play.
You feel what I'm saying? That's just how there are. There's redundancy in what you're saying. Do you know how many fallacies there are?
It's fine. Judges, you can give your verdict on the fallacy, and I'll accept it if you guys decide to give it to me.
Seriously.
Yeah, you didn't contend the fallacy or like attack it, so I would actually have to say the fallacy goes through.
There's hundreds of thousands of fallacies. Holy shit.
Yeah, if we were to literally read you out every single fallacy that ever exists, it might actually take longer than the debate itself.
All right, that's fine.
If you want, in the future, when someone calls out a fallacy, there's nothing stopping you for asking, "What does this mean? What does it do? What does this mean I can do against it?"
And how I commit it.
All right, that's fine. Yeah, all right, that's cool. I'll be better going forward.
Cool. Now on the comments related point, he called a. Actually, I'll let you speak for yourself, brother, because I may be able to do it. It's not my point to speak on. Go ahead.
Much appreciated. So, judges, as I was saying, in regards to the nature of how our debate was being set up, my opponents did in fact agree that we would be using the most consistent versions of each character. And as I stated, they're not using the most consistent version of each character. They're using versions of characters that functionally exist in a different universe and are not paramount, but not relevant to what is considered most consistent.
Yeah, no, I understand. So I already have that written down as the most consistent versions.
Okay, if you want to try to refute that.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Are we not done?
Let's get through the refutations first.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I thought that threw out their entire argument with the fallacy and the pre-52. Go ahead. By all means, shit. Oh wait, do you want me to use that one debunk?
Yeah, I want you to let's just knock it all out, and then we can.
Oh, cool. So earlier in the debate, when bringing up Batman dodging bullets, it was stated that it was a Tommy gun they were shooting at him with. Okay, I'm not sure if you don't know this, but what a Tommy gun shoots is .45 caliber ammunition. .45 caliber ammunition moves actually less. It's considered a subsonic round within its ammunition typing. It moves at 253 meters per second or feet per second, depends on what you want to classify it as. And the baseline for speed of sound qualifies with 331 meters per second or 356 if you want to be proper with it, which by no means is a subsonic round travel at. Combined with this, we within the scans that you've shown for Batman dodging bullets, it seems like he's not completely and totally moving several inches at the way. It seems like he's only moving slightly to the side. And within this, I'm not about to immediately say that he's just barely dodging it, but I'd like proof that he is dodging it. well, he can move a greater distance while dodging it. Because if not, that means that we have to say he's just barely dodging the bullets. And if that's the case, that means by any means he cannot dodge light, which would be a debunk to that alone. Related, you want to address anything else? Because
yeah, the last thing I'm going to address, and then we'll pass it back to them. Judges, I want to draw attention to Kay's mention of the Dr. Light and Batman, where he was referencing that Batman was uppercutting Dr. Light. When you guys get to that scan, let me know. I know there are a lot of them, but maybe if I just reply.
I remember the just reply to it, but I remember the scan.
Well, it is in my opinion important that you guys do look at them.
Also, can I say something real quick or no?
No, man. Why you keep doing that? Like, you gotta wait until we are finished. We waited a long time for you.
I'm on the
My bad.
Okay, so you guys see those scans then, correct?
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that the case suggested was that Batman immediately dodges the light from Dr. Light, functionally saying that it happened right afterwards. And part of his argument was that it was at point blank range. But if you look at the scans and the sequence that he sent them, you can see that prior to the light being fired at Batman, that there's time between those moments because Dr. Light speaks. And from that point, what we see is Batman in midair. So we do not know that Batman was still standing exactly right there. It's possible that he was, but it's also possible that he wasn't. And based off the distance of what we see, it wasn't point blank. So I don't think that it's fair to assume that it was point blank. But be that as it may, there was one other thing.
While you grab that, I'd also like to add into my partner's argument. Batman immediately dropped something right after. I can't remember what he dropped, but he immediately dropped something right after, quote unquote, dodging this light from Dr. Light, which I'd like to call to, what was it? He said, chaff grenades. Each one contains millions of reflective filaments designed to deflect and baffle lasers. One, this obviously means that he's not confident in consistently dodging these lasers. There must be context or him predicting his opponent was going to do this. If he threw these, it would be within his own defense and own instance, so basically alluding to the fact that he's not consistent in, he's not confident in consistently dodging these. So in what I say it would defer to is him predicting Dr. Light doing this, or pretty much just predicting and Dr. Light doing this. Related, if you remember the one thing that you're gonna say, please go ahead.
No, I think I don't have to do. I was looking over what King 6 said. The ones that I wanted to address are the ones that would be thrown out with it not being New 52. So
does that include the instantaneous teleportation? Because I'd like to ask him to. I don't like. I may be blind or something, but I did not see that one. So I'd love for that one to be pointed out to me.
I'm glad that you referenced that. I didn't see an instantaneous teleportation. Maybe I just missed it.
It's a statement, but I backed up with the scan before that. It's
can you send me? Can you like?
What was it again?
Can you reply to it real quick?
Yeah. I got you. The actual statement or him doing
just
it?
Reply
both, please.
Okay, both, please.
Because I did not see it. I was looking through and I was like, "Good God, am I blind or something?"
All right, hold on, give me 1 second.
I believe it was this one right here. Hold on.
The statement. Hold on, I'll get the pen of him actually doing it too.
All right, I reply to it. So go ahead and click on that comic related and Azazel. I think that's the one he is speaking about. That's the one I have the notes on.
Let me see. Not gonna lie, let me redo that. Holy shit, which one is it highlighting? I think it's this one. Good God, this is blurrier than hell.
It's like not blurry at all on my screen. Why did I tag him?
My teleportation armor is bullet resistant. Where does he teleport?
Hold on.
And where is it a statement that it's instant teleportation? Am I bugging?
I don't, and I'm not trying to trip on nobody either, but I also don't see. That's what I read. My teleportation armor is bullet resistant, Slade, bolt, and not enough of your paralytic got on me. Hence my point, Slade. I stay just to bleed you, but I don't know what the fuck that says.
No, I didn't say that did I say that his teleportation was instantaneous? I said that his reflexes.
Even James DM'd me saying instantaneous teleportation. What is this bullshit? Like even he was thrown off guard by it.
It did. I recall. Maybe I misheard, but I recall you saying that the teleportation was instantaneous.
No, that's what everybody else heard.
Well, if that was what everybody else heard, I meant to say the reflexes were instantaneous, not the actual teleportation.
What was he reflecting to? Like, I wouldn't exactly call this instantaneous. Yeah, my bad. Reacting to. I wouldn't call this instantaneous.
Wait, hold on.
This man was mid-sentence cut off and then continued his sentence. Like, good God, it can't be that fast. My teleportation armor is bullet resistant Slade, bolt. That's what Terra says. Actually, I don't even know who that is. I think it's Terra. And he shoots it, and then he it literally to the point where he didn't say that one sentence on one, so it continued on the other, where the sound continued almost in the same pieces of it.
Wait, King Six, can I take this? Can I take this rebuttal for you?
Usually in comics, when it comes on to actual moment, not moments. When it comes into time and how words represented, it usually talks about the same instance. And since so many words were translated and shown and delivered within the time of this travel, I wouldn't say this would be considered instantaneous, if you know what instantaneous is.
Well, with that being said, I think me and my partner have addressed our reputations, and we'll pass it back to you two gentlemen.
Six, go ahead and say what you're gonna say.
Okay. Wait, Six, you want to take it before you were?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I think we're thinking the same thing, but you just go ahead.
So first, Azazel, you did ask for a scan or a statement that teleportation was instantaneous. I will provide that for you right now.
That's not what I said.
You didn't ask for a statement.
Teleportation being instantaneous.
Yeah. Hey, I'm sorry to cut in, but I have to go.
Go ahead and keep going.
Oh, okay. All right.
Be free, homie.
Give
your notes to comic tutor.
They're already in. Don't even worry about it.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you for subbing in, man. Have a good day.
You too.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get this statement for you really quickly. Where's the side? Here we go. Is that him right there? Yep, here we go. All right, so I just gotta crop it. Sorry.
I gotta go down, not up.
Missing something?
Nah, you're not missing anything. I'm just getting a scan for Azazel because he asked to see if the teleportation was instantaneous or not. I'm about to provide proof. Sorry about this. I'm just trying to get this shit to load properly. Okay. So I'm gonna just basically start rebunking what you guys were saying from bottom to top, starting with the last thing that was stated. Azazel, you basically said that this character's teleportation isn't instantaneous. The literal definition of teleportation. So what did you say? Can you repeat what you said, please?
I've said this for 3 times now. When we got onto it, I read out the panel and then I asked, "Can you show me his teleportation being instantaneous?" it's due to the fact of, as in this comic, he teleports and then he's immediately caught by what seems like to be somebody's laser vision.
Okay, cool. So, the definition of teleportation in itself is the ability to move instantaneously from one location to another without physically occupying the space in between. The character who is using that ability is Bolt. You can even see his name in the panel. This is a description of Bolt's abilities. It says that he has teleportation and powers and abilities. This is from the DC Encyclopedia 2022. So that proves that he can in fact teleport, and the definition of teleportation again has instantaneously in it. So all teleportation would be instantaneous. So judges, I think that
unless contradicted.
Can I finish? Can I finish my refutation, please?
You just said something directly that addressed to me. It's not like you were saying something that addressed to something that I had presented. You addressed something directly presented to me, and you immediately not only tried to move to judges from that, you tried to move to something else.
Judges,
so that was properly debunked, were you not?
Tutor, is he allowed to contend with my refutation? Because I wasn't allowed to contend with his refutation when he was going. I'm just asking you to see what your take on it is.
Tutor.
I want to let him do that.
Okay, so when it comes to like your back and forth and dialogue, it's up to like both parties on when you feel
I'm perfectly fine with sitting this one out, but it came to the point to where he not only misremembered what I said, but I had to repeat it, which means we'd be engaging in a dialectic at that moment. So I figured it'd be it would be literally within the instance of being able to do it. But I'm fine with waiting either way.
Let's make sure
that moving forward. I misrepresented anything that you said.
Well, hold on, okay. Let me say this. You did misrepresent what he said, because you said Azazel. You basically said that the teleportation wasn't instant, and then Azazel had to clarify that he never said that. He actually asked for evidence that it was instant. So that is a misrepresentation of his argument, which is why you guys started dialoguing. However, let's just let the refutations go through. That way, we don't have to get caught in the long back and forth, and then we'll finish them.
All right, that's fine.
All right. So again, I'll just continue what I was saying. So I just essentially just sent the definition of teleportation. Again, that proves that teleportation in itself is instantaneous. Again, this is proof showing that the character who's using the teleportation has the ability to teleport. That's pretty apparent from the panel. Also for context, would you guys like context, the page before or the page after, to kind of provide that Deathstroke was able to he was able to basically spot him and react to him as he was teleporting into the room. Because Deathstroke walked in, I don't know if you guys can see this, but in the top right panel, top left, Deathstroke kicks down the door. Terra is engaging in conversation with him, and then he blasts behind Terra, and right where he blasts is where Bolt appears, because that's where Bolt was going to teleport. And Deathstroke, with no clue of him being able to teleport, Sorry, let me rephrase that. Deathstroke, with no clue of where he was going to teleport, was able to react to him teleporting in that exact spot. And then the reason why Bolt says my teleportation armor is bullet resistant Slade is because Slade fires his energy staff at him, and basically that's Bolt saying that whatever you fired at me isn't going to penetrate my armor. So that would prove that Slade is indeed reacting to the teleportation. And that definition also proves that teleportation is, in fact, instantaneous. To address the next thing that was stated, hold on 1 second. Regarding the Dr. Lightfeet, let me go back up to that really fast. So comics related, I actually just asked both of you guys this, I believe, before I even went into explaining this feat. I asked you guys if you guys agreed that it was at point blank. You guys both said yes, or CR said yes. Azazel, I'm not sure if you said yes, so actually I'll retract that. Comics related, I know for a fact you said yes.
Wait a minute. One moment, because this is an instance where I think you're going to misrepresent something. What did I originally say?
You originally had said you didn't think that it was point blank.
In the second panel.
Yeah. In the
one that I contested. Yes, I specifically stated that I did not believe that he was at point blank range in the second panel.
Cool. All right, so never mind. So I'll just say this. In the first panel, he's clearly at point blank. Obviously, you agreed to him being point blank in the first panel, at least.
Yes, I did.
Then what happened? Okay, so you would agree that he would have to land from that jump, correct? Because he's in midair. He would have to land. So then at that point, he would at least be within. Obviously we can see that Dr. Light, he's knocked back, but he's not sent flying back, so he wouldn't be significantly far away from Batman. So he's still, and as you can see, he's still actually on 1 foot as well. And he looks like he drops to a knee. And as you can see, when he actually fires the blast, he's still standing in the same exact position. So yeah. So Batman would have had to land in front of him, obviously, because he jumps in the air. He doesn't defy the laws of physics, so he would have to land. Then he would have to react to Dr. Light blasting him. Now, I do agree that there is a pause because Dr. Light says something. He says Batman here, and then he blasts at Batman. But there's no clear indication that Batman moved out of point blank range before before Dr. Light was able to shoot him. And what we do know is we know for a fact that he landed in front of him. So I'm arguing that it would just make more sense to go with what's more likely in the scenario, which is that he landed in front of him. And then when Dr. Light blasted him, he moved out of the way. That's what I would like to say for that. My next thing that I would like to address, Azazel, correct me if I'm misrepresenting what you said, but you said that in the scan where Batman was dodging the Tommy gun fire, you said that he was dodging the Tommy gun fire, that he was barely dodging the bullets because it only looked like he's moving to the side.
No, that's not what I said. I said,
okay, so can you repeat what you said,
can you provide what's it called, proof or scans of Batman dodging them at a greater distance? Because if we were to go
at a greater distance
than this, at the least assumption, it would be considered barely dodging. So I was giving you I was giving you a burden to fulfill.
So you want me to prove that Batman can dodge bullets consistently, essentially, or like at a further
bullets at a further, like he can move at a further distance instead of the bullet just barely grazing him.
That he can move farther away from the bullet. Is
correct?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
From a good range, because with those type bullets, he'd have to be moving at greater speed. So you're gonna have to show that.
Okay, so actually, I don't think I have to prove that at all because you guys only addressed a few of my scans. I consistently showed Batman reacting to light, which is faster than a bullet. I showed him reacting to light after.
You know what? That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay? I showed him reacting to light after it's been fired, as you can see in the Killer Frost panel right here. And also, another instance of him reacting to bullets would be him literally deflecting bullets with a chain. In the very next, in the 2 scans that come after him dodging. Sorry, not 2, the next 3 scans that come after him dodging the Tommy gun fire. But anyway, back to what I was saying about the light. Light obviously moves faster than bullets. I don't think that I have to prove that to you guys. You guys already know that. He's consistently been able to dodge Kryptonian heat vision. I've already showed proof that Kryptonian heat vision is light speed. I've showed him dodging Kryptonian heat vision at least 5 times here. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, you can see him dodging Kryptonian light. Hold on one second. Let me find that scan. It is.
You don't need to find it. We actually have seen it.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So yeah. So I've already proven that he can dodge light consistently, and you guys also didn't really refute any of the scans of him dodging light. To address the next debunk that you guys said, CR, you said that this is inconsistent with the New 52.
I said that it's irrelevant to the New 52.
Sorry, you said it's irrelevant. You said it's irrelevant to the New 52 because this is pre-52. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Okay. Also, I wanted to point out that not all of my scans, I'm aware you said that most of my scans were pre-52. Not all of my scans, and actually, there's a lot of scans in here that are post-52. The scan of him dodging the Superman heat vision after was fired comes from Justice League versus Suicide Squad 2016, which is.
Sir, before you continue, just for the sake of time, I do apologize for interrupting. I am aware several of your scans are from the New 52. My argument or my contention was specifically that there are a number of scans that are being used. I said several or many because I was encompassing both your scans and your partner scans. So I was simply trying to assert that there are a number of scans that are from the pre-52. But I am aware that some of them are new 52.
Okay, so you're claiming that the scans that are pre-52 are irrelevant to the 52 or to post-52.
Yes.
That's your claim.
Yes.
Can you prove that?
We are aware that the new 52 is an entirely different universe. We know that the post-crisis was eliminated with the crisis. That's common knowledge. It was also brought back during the events of Doomsday Clock as an entirely separate universe. Again, this is all common knowledge. If it is absolutely necessary for me to go ahead and pull that up, that the universes are separate and that the new 52 exists separately from the post-crisis universe, that's fine. But I do think that you, your partner, and my partner are aware that post-crisis and new 52, even the judges themselves are aware that those two things exist independently.
I am aware. I can attest to that.
Hold on one second, please, while I grab a scan.
I'm in on the in on.
Why is there an echo? It's like playing the same clip again.
Yeah, dude, and that shit is mad delayed.
Give me one moment, please.
What the fuck was that? Are we waiting for somebody?
Yeah, I'm just getting scans to prove. I'm getting scans to prove that.
Wait, related? Is this our refutation stage?
No, this is ours.
I thought so.
All right, so about to send in all these scans. So here's proof that everything is canon after death metal and relevant to the current continuity.
Not this.
So yeah, you guys can. I'm pretty sure we've all seen the scans. You guys can read through. Feel free. Also, there's a scan right here of John Stewart discussing with Owlman. As you can see, John Stewart says, "Enough, Owlman. You had your history lesson. There isn't any time for this. Sorry, there isn't time for any of this." Owlman says, "I won't make my move until I understand the stakes and my place in all of it. I need to understand how I benefit from betraying Perpetua. You still need to convince me." Then John Stewart says, "Fine. Just know this. This next bit is harder to grasp because with each of these shifts, my history has changed. Crises are strange. It's difficult to remember the exact events after they've happened, like a memory of a dream. But from what I understand, this is the truth." And then he says, quote, the Anti-Monitor's actions collapsed the infinite multiverse into a singular universe, combining everything that's ever happened. Reality stabilized for a time, but on the edge of existence at the source wall, unbeknownst to anyone, a crack formed and Perpetua understood what she needed to do. And then here we go again. This is a statement from a guidebook. It says the Justice League, or from a book, sorry. It says the Justice League faces off against the mother of the multiverse, Perpetua, and her chosen right-hand man, the Batman who laughs while they defeat the villains. The cosmos is once again altered, causing the heroes to remember all their past adventures from a variety of timelines. Some heroes and villains are brought back to life during this infinite frontier. So that would just prove that all of those stories are in fact relevant to current continuity. Also, the feats that I used from the old continuity were still consistent with the feats that I used from the current continuity. As for example, the feat that I used with Batman Perception Blitzing, how Jordan comes from New 52, he's able to take off his ring with ease. And then the time he used it, he did the same exact thing that Kyle Rayner in pre-52. So that would be consistent with his character in current continuity. So I don't really see how that matters anyway, even though I've already proven that the continuity is all like relevant. And that would be the same. It would apply for Deathstroke as well, as most of the feats that King 6 use come from current continuity as well. The feat where he's reacting to instantaneous teleportation comes from Deathstroke's 2016 run, annual number 1. So it is still congruent, or still in line with what's been stated or shown from these characters from these previous eras. And that's pretty much all you guys have refuted so far. You guys, that's pretty much it. So judges, if that's all, you can move to conclusions.
I will address some of the things you said, and then we're happy to move to conclusions. I need to pull up one thing.
Also the same here. I got a couple things that I want to address, but go ahead.
If I have something to address as well, I'll respond.
So let's put this out there.
Hold on, real quick. Like I'd hate to do this related, I would, but Kay, you just tried to push the conclusions after responding to ours, regardless of ours. What do you mean if you have a problem with what we're about to say? Like, you were just ready to move to conclusions. Now all of a sudden, after we say something, why is it unjust? I don't see what you opened. We should close before we go to conclusions. That's how we did it last time. That's how we did it any time before that. The opener isn't the closer.
Not only that, again, I don't think any of us want to stay too far or too long on, much like last time. If we spend all day rebuttaling each other with in this, we're not gonna get to the other things that we need to get to.
Yeah. Nah. Essentially, I was if he has anything new to bring to the table, then I would respond to that.
I'm not going to bring anything new to the table. I'm simply going to.
So then, yeah. All right. So then that's fine. Okay.
Give me one moment.
You want me to cover for you in this one moment, or do you just want to wait it out?
No, by all means, go ahead and do your thing. I'm just saving the scans right now.
All right. Let me just throw this out the way. One, responding to the instantaneous thing. One, it was actually stated that when he activated, when whatever the dude's name is, I forget. Better yet, I'll go to something first. Are you aware that in the exact same comic and a couple panels after, it stated that he's materializing, correct? His teleportation is through means of materializing. If you know what materializing is, by the way, I said where it stated that. If you know what materializing is, it's transporting matter from one place to another. It's not the same as regular teleportation. They're both a form of teleportation, correct? Yet materializing actually takes time to appear in one instance via, your particles have to reassess and everything. This is the science behind materialization and teleportation through materialization. Not to mention, we can also bring up the fact that teleportation, as based off what I just said, would not be instantaneous, but also it's demonstrated not to be instantaneous. I do not know the name of the dude with the green hair, but if you said what?
No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Nah, the guy with the blonde hair that was filing the ship, he actually says, Pop bolts on board, gotta take him, transferring my consciousness to Bolt, but he's fighting me. He triggered his teleportation armor, showing that his teleportation was triggered. However, he did not instantaneously teleport after it was triggered. And we know this given the fact that the consciousness transfer was still going through. It was only intercepted after he materialized outside, which some time had already passed, via the trajectory from how close to the building he was when he originally started, via the end. Not only just that, I believe you said you brought up what's it called? Deathstroke reacting to a flash earlier, did you not? 6?
Yeah.
Well, time out. Azazel, what was the last thing you said about the I'm trying to take notes, but you are speaking like a million miles an hour.
My bad. I'll slow it down. I'll synthesize it real quick. Basically demonstrated off how it is shown to be in the comics and how he's shown to teleport around, which takes time via the dialogue. And we see this via he's saying he triggered it, yet he was still there. based on the fact that it's also called materialization, which materialization takes longer to happen since it's not a particle transference, it's particles transference. It's not moving it as one solid.
Wait, Judge, can I ask a question to you real quick? There's a lot of meaning to Joe, but it's 2 seconds. Judge, being that he's presenting something new, am I allowed to respond when he's done?
This isn't new.
Sir, this isn't
This
new.
is based off the stuff that you brought up.
He's responding directly.
He's attacking it. No, but he's attacking it from a different angle now. He's saying something different. He never brought up the fact that it was materialization in the beginning. So this is something new.
Hold on. Not only do I have the DMs with comments related, I was in the middle of literally saying it. I was literally in the middle of saying it when you cut me off. I was bringing it up, and even if I didn't, once again, this is a response to something that you guys have presented. This would not be something new. You presented something new, and I was still attacking it from several points. I literally questioned for proof that this was instantaneous. This is all a part of my attacking point. Tutor, please, by all means, though, go ahead.
Am I allowed to respond to this?
I mean, it's not a new point. I've had notes on this beforehand, and he's just like clarifying on top of what he's trying to say.
So there's nothing that I can say after this.
Not right.
This isn't new. This isn't new. I've already. This is something that was previously put to you guys. This was new information presented by you guys, and this is my response to it.
No, but I feel that I'm just saying, like, usually there's. Well, not usually, sorry. Usually, actually, yes, usually. When a debate happens, you go until it becomes circular. And then when it becomes circular, then you can push the conclusions.
That's redundant. Why would you hold on? Better yet, why would you go until you're committing a fallacy? What?
He's not going circular at all. It's not circular reasoning.
Comic Tutor, he's saying that in a debate, usually it goes until it is circular.
And then someone pushes to conclusions. I'm saying this is what I'm asking. I'm asking, being that they had a refutation, we had one refutation, and now they're getting another refutation. I think it's only fair that we get to rebut to what they want to say.
Then we would have to refute that. This is a closing. We're addressing what you're saying, and then it's closed.
So you're going to conclusions. So we can.
Yes.
Okay,
realistically, the way that it was presented, it's only if the judge wants conclusions. I'm pretty sure off his nose, he pretty much has everything he needs. So once we're done with this, it ends. But better yet, my entire point is that whoever opens it cannot close. They opened with their strong point. They opened presenting their argument. They should not be allowed. They should not be allowed. It logically makes no sense for them to be the closing of a strongman argument. Also, they're supposed to be responded to since they presented the argument. So, like I was saying, pretty much like I was summarizing for Comic Tutor, due to the fact of being materialization and due to its showings, it cannot be instantaneous teleportation, aka fitting a different type. And I believe there's another point that I was going to address. Question really quickly to King 6. Yes, you did say that Slade was able to react to speedsters. Yes.
Yes.
Is this consistent? I know you sent several scans, but I just want the statement for the record.
Yes, this is consistent with this character.
I'd ask you, what's this, my good man?
What's it?
Look. What's this, my good man?
Hold on. I gotta scroll all the way down, goddamn. You're using
also for addressing his ability to combat instantaneous teleportation. By the way, this was a joint point. What I just sent to you, I was fucking around. I was joking with you. You're good.
I was about to say.
But I actually am going to use it in conjunction, quite literally, immediately, because I'm going to use it with these two. You don't have to respond to a speedster because I'm not addressing this as him not being able to consistently address speedsters. So you're fine off that. But what you will have to address with is this is from the exact same comic run where you stated that he instantaneously responded and reacted to something when it was shown in this comic run 2 times. He failed to react to something correctly, rendering him at a disadvantage. Even in the panel that I just sent, the entire full panel of it is somebody shooting at him. What's it called? I can't even tell if that's barely dodging at them, just having fucking stormtrooper level aim. Oh yeah, I already sent him the first one. And then him then turning around, shooting several shots for only one to hit. We don't talk about that though. Yeah, and then several other instances in this comic, in this exact same issue, keep in mind, of him not instantaneously reacting to something. Not to mention, also, fair. I'll keep this even simpler. Let me scroll up and grab this really quickly. Yeah, Kay, you stated earlier that it was prediction. With it being quote unquote prediction within what you said. My bad. You did correct yourself. You did say it was prediction. You corrected yourself and then basically restated a different word for prediction. The recording can attest to that, but even if you don't say it's prediction, that's fine because I have scans to prove that it was. You're aware. Not even going to ask you a question. Basically, it seems like as if this comic he was actually going to get that person, and even if he wasn't, Slade shot at that place, not in within reaction, because there seems to be nothing materializing there. There seems to be no sign of a teleporter except the guy's target that he teleported out with. So it seemed more as a prediction since he shot at the target, not at the guy. Obviously, since he wasn't there, and the guy jumped in to block the bullet. So it seemed more like prediction than reaction. But even then, I've already debunked reaction. So even if I were to be wrong here somehow, it wouldn't matter. Even though, keep in mind, that is his partner, I believe. I believe they were partners in this run. But that's fine. Go ahead. Related. I know you had something you want to say. Sorry for taking a little bit too long.
It's all good. So let's one thing that I would like to do. I think that the teleportation thing has been addressed well enough, but if Kay would be so kind, Kay, do you mind rereading the definition of teleportation that you put out there?
Hold on one second. But why do I have to read it? It's right there.
Because it's your argument, sir. I'm addressing your argument.
It says the ability to move instantaneously from one location to another without physically occupying the space in between.
I appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much. So I think that one thing that we can stress in regards to teleportation in the way that my opponent presented to us is that when it was referencing instantly, it was referencing the nature of not having to occupy space that was in between the 2 points. But my partner did a great job at explaining that certain teleportation is different than other teleportations regarding what is instant and what is not instant, i.e. the materializations. The next thing that I want to address is what was said about Dr. Light. My opponent made it pretty clear that when Dr. Light was hit, that he fell down. And my opponent also said that we should go off what is the simplest and makes the most sense. In a fight, if you fall down, what is simplest and makes the most sense is that.
Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on? I didn't say he fell down. I said that he was knocked back, but he wasn't sent flying. I said he still had his footing.
Fair.
I pointed out that he was still on one foot.
I don't. Okay. I think I do remember that. I don't remember it clearly, but fair. So my opponent stated that Dr. Light was knocked backwards. And he also suggested that we should go with this logic that was the simplest. Anybody who's knocked back in a fight, especially after getting cheap shotted, I think the simplest thing is that they will retreat a little bit to regain their bearings. My point was always that in the second scan, I don't believe that Batman and Dr. Light was point blank. That was always the point that I was making. I did agree that in the initial moment they were, but even my opponent stated that there's no indication as to what happened afterwards. All we see is that both Dr. Light and Batman are significantly further away from each other than in the initial scan that was demonstrated. So that being said, and on top of the things that my opponent already stated in Dr. Light being backed up, and the initial description of point blank being by my opponent what Dr. Light or where Dr. Light and Batman were initially, I think that we can clearly establish that they're no longer at what he calls point blank range. That was what I wanted to address with the Dr. Light scan. And now I want to send these things. I'm sending in 4 scans real quick regarding the new 52. So one of the things that my opponent demonstrated in one of his scans is that the heroes have the memories from their past experiences, etc. And if my opponent would be so kind as to read the second scan that he posted again regarding the new 52 and the Infinite Frontier.
Hold on. Bro, I'm not gonna cap, bro. Can you read it, bro? I'm not trying to read all of this shit right now, bro. I'm sorry.
Damn, dude, the disrespect. This is your argument. I mean, I ought to misrepresent that shit on principle now. And so that's what your argument is. Like, so I'm free to misrepresent it then, right? Just
I mean, if you misrepresent it, I'm gonna just address what you misrepresented. But
but I mean, I'm giving you the opportunity to read it on your own, so that don't happen.
All right, I'll read it. You're talking about the page under the page where like all of the characters are standing next to each other, and it's like the little like lines going through their heads.
The one that starts off the Justice League faces.
The Justice League. Wait, the one that starts off the Justice League faces. Where's that at?
It's just a text box, sir.
Yeah,
you sent it after the John Stewart scan.
Oh, after the John Stewart. Okay. It says the Justice League. It says the Justice League faces off against the mother of the multiverse, Perpetua, and her chosen right-hand man, the Batman who laughs. While they defeat the villains, the cosmos is once again altered, causing the heroes to remember all of their past adventures from a variety of timelines. Some heroes and villains are brought back to life during this infinite frontier.
Okay, so my argument was always that the pre-52 or post-crisis characters are not relevant to the new 52, i.e. they are not the same characters. Being able to remember what happens from a different timeline is not indicative of being that character, which is the point that I was making. Also, I was asked to provide proof of what I was saying. You can check the first 3 scans that I sent, where we pick up in, I think, Superman and Lois issue number 1, where pre-52 Superman is existing simultaneously with new 52 Superman, and is explained that they're in an entirely new universe. We also see that Dr. Manhattan goes through the steps of recreating every crisis that ever happened with every timeline that's ever happened. The characters are not the same. The new 52 or Infinite Frontier characters do have knowledge of the previous timelines. That much is true, but that doesn't make them the same characters, which is the point that I was making in regards to consistency around. One moment, please. In regards to a consistency around different characters, or us using the most consistent version of the characters, using the pre-52 or post-crisis feats to substantiate the capacity or capabilities of the new characters just doesn't make sense. They're not the same characters. So that's what I wanted to say in regards to, I believe my partner is done. So,
Judge. Wait. I'm not done yet. I got 2 more things to respond to. No, you're all good, brother. One, according to the bullet thing that you brought up, Kay, trying to respond to my bullet debunk. One, you did not address the speed or caliber of these bullets, showing that it would be less than light. While you may provide comic consistency, which would be technically inconsistent logically, I'm providing logical inconsistencies. So you can provide something logically being incapable in the comics, such as struggling to dodge a bullet here, but dodging light here, but it still doesn't make it right. A logical inconsistency overtakes comic consistency. logic obviously holds higher than what would be misrepresented in comics. Such as if we were to have some character not be able to dodge pencils being thrown at them at the speed of a house shoe, but they're able to dodge bullets. That would be inconsistent.
So how fast is the speed of a house shoe? That's my question.
Depends on which mom is throwing it. If it's a Latina mom or any Mexican descent mom, it's at least outer verse. No, I'm joking. Moving on to
that was like thorough scaling right there.
Obviously,
outer versus chocolate.
Making comic consistencies. You refuse to show evidence for what I had already asked you for, so we'd have to assume what I said, and it would be proven true via you not showing the consistencies. But I'm pretty sure the judge was already going to bring that up. And the other thing that I was going to bring up was, funny enough, after saying you weren't going to do it again, such as poison the well, you, funny enough, did it again. When talking about when you asked us if we wanted proof for something, such as the prediction thing, you actually made an argument against that after asking us, and none of us said anything. You made an argument responding to that as if we were going to say something, or as if we did say something, which would once again be filing under poisoning the well. That you're allowed to respond to right now, okay, if you want to.
I'm not gonna lie, I was not paying attention. I didn't even hear what you were saying, game.
Oh my god.
Fair enough. Moving into closing.
Yeah, pretty much moving into closing. Tutor, do you need do you need it, or are we just good? Or are you about to throw your judgment?
Go ahead and give like a synopsis, a quick closing, and I'll.
Are you sure? Knowing them, it's going to be at least 3 years.
Oh,
no, it's not. No, it's not.
You swear, right? You swear, you promise that you're not gonna take 10 years.
I promise.
Because I don't want to hear nothing about. I don't want to hear nothing about how your grandma had a nice day or nothing.
I'm finna jump in the car. I'm gonna ride all the way over to New York right quick. By the time I get there, I'm sure he'll be finished.
Not fair.
All right. Am I allowed to go now, or?
Yeah, go ahead and state your conclusion.
Wait, hold on. Quick question before I go. Does King 6 get to like conclude his points for Deathstroke as well, or do I have to do like both?
This is a team conclusion, so.
All right, so King 6, I'm gonna just conclude my shit for like my shit, and then you can just go for yours, I guess. So in conclusion, I don't think that anything was debunked, especially regarding the continuity of DC. Again, it's been stated in the scans that I showed that the characters remember everything that happened from every different timeline, and that John Stewart again states that it is the one truth and it is the truth. So I don't see how just because it took place in a different era would make it not canon to the continuity, and these are all still the same characters. Yeah, but even if it's canon, then it's applicable to use. But okay.
This is an argument.
Related, just please go ahead. Related, please. Just don't let it go, brothers. Just
wait.
I'm just finishing.
This isn't a conclusion. This is a new argument. So please state your conclusion about what you stated beforehand.
All right. In conclusion, Batman still has shown consistency of reacting to light, dodging bullets, and moving at FTE speeds consistently, whether it be pre-52, post-52, etc. That is my conclusion. King 6, you can
go. Same thing for me. Deathstroke has been able to consistently, whether like I said, whether it's pre-52 or whatever, be able to react to like speed attacks, be able to move so fast that people can't read body movements, be able to dodge bullets, and pretty much having the speed advantage over the characters, both the characters.
That was actually rather quick. So.
I'll go first. So, in conclusion, I believe their premises were not fulfilled at all, given the fact that not only did my refutations move both of their characters to an unquantifiable amount via logical inconsistencies, I believe they didn't properly address any of my contentions, leaving them basically fresh open wounds. And on my half, in all honesty, I don't think the fallacies were properly contended either. But I'm perfectly fine with comics related picking right here. Mine's quite simple. Related, brother?
Oh my goodness.
No. I'd just rather it move on. I do not believe that my opponents have appropriately addressed the nature of the misrepresentation, as far as I'm concerned, of the consistency of their characters, given that they're using scans from an era that are not applicable to the characters that they're arguing for. I also do think that there are poor interpretations for some of the scans they're using. Finished.
Kind-hearted wording.
All right, so you all done?
We're good.
Can we move? We move to
conclusions. He gives his judgment now, and
yeah.
Wait, y'all didn't even.
Hold on, related.
Y'all's lead argument.
Yeah, we haven't. Argued.
Yeah, correct. I agree with that. However, related, would you not like to know, like, if they lost this, point? Actually, no, what? It's fine. I'm fine with moving to our speed scaling.
Can they lose the point if we don't go?
If they're since they set their premise as in a defeater of our characters, if their premise is defeated now, then their premise could never be filled within that instance.
I mean, wait, hold up. They could technically scale. I mean, depending on what my judgment is, they could technically still scale above, like Black Panther.
I'm fine either way. It's up to scale above. No, this one was set on speed though. That's the problem. They said it specifically on speed. It was a category specific premise.
Yeah. Which I'm fine
with continuing on right now.
Okay, so I can make my judgment on this point.
No, it's cool. It's cool. It seems like everybody else but me is wanting to move to our scaling, so I'm fine with it.
All right, cool. That's fine. You can go to your scaling then.
Take off, Azazel. I'm ready. I'm ready to go right after you.
Oh, you on the shoot. Cool. So I want to establish, just quite frankly, almost immediately, actually. Let me grab the scans for this really quickly. Teleportation in Marvel is not the speed of light. It is actually instantaneous. Go ahead.
Let's establish a quick premise, then I'm going to pass it to Azazel. The premise that I want to establish for both myself and my partner, unless my partner would like to add on to the premise, is that we're of the position that at base, Deathstroke and Batman will absolutely struggle to keep up with our characters, Black Panther and Moon Knight. However, due to the fact that both Black Panther and Moon Knight due to the fact that characters like Black Panther have the ability to increase their overall speed during combat, this means that there isn't a way for Blade or Batman to ultimately contend with the maximum speeds that characters like Black Panther will be able to demonstrate, giving our characters the advantage overall in speed.
I'm fine with that, brother. I ain't got a problem with it.
Well, Azazel, take it away, sir.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, like I said, no problem with that premise here for me. So let's bring this up for a second. Let me grab this. Got it. So like I said, light speed, teleportation in Marvel is far faster than the speed of light. It would be rendered as something instantaneous, but something faster, actually. But at the moment, let's just keep it based as any thought-based teleportation in Marvel is instantaneous. Any activation-based, anything like that, you can argue that it's separate, somewhat different, unless contradicted. But based off this right here, teleportation in Marvel is instantaneous. This consistent with Moon Knight, this consistent with Deadpool, this consistent with et cetera, et cetera. And I can also show several other things, that the speed of thought is faster than the speed of mind, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm pretty sure that would be common sense, even if you take Google. So just go with this for a second. Let's pile up after that, and let's take suit based off what my opponents have presented. So, keep in mind, I'm not addressing them. I'm just using that as a reference. Moon Knight is shown to be able to dodge laser vision, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, not 6 times. He's shown to be able to dodge laser vision consistently, and also shown to be able to dodge blasts from somebody's gun like Kang's consistently. And this has been shown at somewhat of a baseline since in runs like this he had been disobedient to Khonshu. I can also show that along with many other consistencies. Another laser vision he was able to dodge was from his brother Randall Specter, whose laser vision was based off the based off Khonshu's power, which was following light, moonlight. Let me grab all these. There's a bunch of scans. Got to get to all this. It's the sucky part about being on PC. You kind of got to do all these. By the way, I'm sending more scans also for him reacting to this heat vision. I keep clicking on the wrong damn server. In this specific one that I'm sending right now, he actually moves a great distance within reaction to almost point blank laser vision. He not only moves from behind encratered in a pillar, he also gets out of that encratered position and behind the pillar in enough time that laser vision, well, keep in mind, point blank, hits and starts pummeling into that pillar. So he moved a far greater distance than what I've seen my opponents present at the moment from laser vision from others. What else? Now, the art style in this comic seemed to be consistently aligning with the fact that bullets have a pittering type thing, not a consistent line like this. So I'm kind of forced to assume at the moment. Let me show that too, that it shows a consistent pittering, not a line. So I do believe that'd be a laser gun. Because based off what we see earlier in some of her arsenal, she was using regular guns, and now all of a sudden she's using that. This is within 3 issues later. That's why her hair is a little bit shorter. Unless, hold on, I might be misremembering. I'm pretty sure that's actually a different chick. Let me show this too. Him countering Kang, and stopping his laser gun. Not to mention, I can also. No, I'm not about to get to that right now. I'll save that for a little bit later under amplification. But yeah, I think I've shown pretty consistently that he dodges what's it called? Lasers. Here's him dodging bullets. I can show consistency for this too. Him consistently dodging bullets that were fired from a subcompact wrist, which would have to be using at minimum 9mm rounds. Can't go any smaller due to compactability of bullets and how they would do it. I can go through the physics for that later if somebody wants me to. Let me grab more consistent dodging bullets. Where is it? Holy shit, did I never get around to this? Give me a second, because apparently I have to grab this from the bottoms of fucking hell.
You're the Hood Gwynpool scaler, you can do it.
Not the Kuros quote. Whether it be in new or old runs, he's been shown to dodge bullets. I can show from the Moon Knight 2021 run. It's taking me a second to get around to it. Good God. It's in here somewhere. Hold on. Yo, it should not serve to be this difficult to find some stuff I set up like a week ago. Oh my God, I'm dying here. I feel sheepish. I should have had this already ready. Too busy attacking opponent's points. Here we go. He was dodging bullets from Bushman. Actually, there's no need to show that one. I don't feel like getting to the argument whether or not older is still consistent. I can get into Moon Knight 2014 if I want. Actually, I really don't think I need to go past here. Shown dodging bullets, shown dodging that. If needed later, if requested by my opponents, I can grab him dodging bullets consistently. But he's consistently dodging lasers, so I don't think I really need to. So yeah. That's it for my speed. Oh wait, no, found it. Okay, I filled up. Almost point blank range dodging bullets. And even when knocked down onto the floor from his mass tanking a bullet, he dodges several bullets on the floor and reacts to the gunman almost immediately. Him getting shot like this was only due to his fighting style, because we see earlier when he was Jake Lockley instead of Mark Spector, he was what's it called? My bad. When he was Mark Spector instead of Jake Lockley, he was shown to be dodging the bullets consistently, and his opponent kept complaining because they could not hit him. But yeah, related, if you want to jump into consistency for BP. Oh wait. Yeah, I did that during the beginning. Teleportation being the speed of thought. Did that during the beginning.
Related is muted. I can't hear him if he's talking.
Yeah, I can't hear him either.
He's not talking right now. I'm pretty sure he's driving. You're busy right now.
I'm
just
ready to
in
rock
case.
and roll.
Okay.
Go ahead, finish it up, and I'm ready.
No.
I
was about to start covering for you just in case, but you're good.
All right. So moving into reaction speeds.
Real quick, while you do that, I just forgot this one. In the time that somebody's able to not only pull the trigger but also shoot it, this is a trained assassin, by the way, so the trigger pulling time is no delay. He's able to not only ready himself but also perfectly predict and block a bullet fired from a magnum round, which shoots at, I believe, the lowest round, aka the lowest caliber, would be 456 meters per second, which is obviously way above subsonic, and he was able to do this casually with no amp from Conchi, and I can show that. But yeah, go ahead.
No problem. So the first two things I want to put out there are the bullet dodging feats or the bullet reaction feats, because that seems to be important to everybody. The second thing I want to make clear is that Black Panther has the ability to react to characters simply by being able to feel the displacement of the air that their body creates. Want to move to Black Panther in regards to speedsters real quick. Want to move to Black Panther and reaction to light speed attacks. You guys know that that expression, that's something that's so easy that you can do it with your hands tied behind your back. I want to point out to the judge that Black Panther is this is so easy for Black Panther that he can dodge light with his hands tied behind his back. Then speed of sound reactions. As well as the ability to react to instant teleportation. And one of the things that I think is very important to note is what I tried to do was demonstrate a consistency of Black Panther's character throughout time. We know that Black Panther hasn't been retconned or anything silly like that. Black Panther, back prior to him using his current nanotech suit, back when he was using this cloth suit, was able to react to characters like Quicksilver. But even in the future, we still see Black Panther able to react to characters like the Blur. We see that Black Panther, initially, when he was only using the heart-shaped herb, was able to react to bullets. We see that Black Panther is able to react to Iron Man's repulsor blast and beams of light. And we also see that Black Panther is able to react to Deadpool when he's using his instant teleportation, as well as Winter Soldier while he's using instant teleportation.
I like to add for Deadpool's teleportation. Yeah, I'm adding this forward to prove further consistency of it being instant. If you actually look at him talking, it gets cut off by the teleportation. On top of that, he's intangible during the process of teleportation since it's not materializing; it's particle phasing. But yeah.
Now, and the thing that I want to point out in regards to that, to specify Black Panther's overall reaction, is that you can see that in the panel when Black Panther attacks Deadpool the first time, middle panel, of 4, panel number 2, he moves through him. Then he throws a spin hook kick, which misses Deadpool the first time because he teleports behind him. But the spin hook kick continues, and he tries to catch him again. But Deadpool is able to teleport a third time further away from Black Panther, further proving that he's able to react to things that are happening like instant teleportation. The same thing is true of Winter Soldier. Now, these are what Black Panther is capable of doing at base, without any type of modifications. But we know his suit can increase his speed tremendously. And one thing that I believe that my opponents neglected to do.
Brother, were we getting on that? Were we doing amplification at this point?
I believe that this is a part of speed. Am I mistaken? If the judge
that's my bad. I'll go after you then. My bad.
Because that was part of my premise, that I think that Stroke and Batman are going to struggle against their base speed regardless. But
no. I get you. I was just wondering if we were going to do that in a separate part, but I'm perfectly fine with doing this after too.
Fantastic. One thing that I believe that my opponents neglected to do, because if I remember correctly, it was suggested. Oh, actually, I want to add this just because I feel like being that person real quick. In regards to Black Panther and speedsters, I know that Silver Surfer's board isn't a speedster, but we also know that Silver Surfer's board is very, very fast. I'm not insinuating that the board is moving at maximum speed by any measure, but I am insinuating that it is moving very fast, as is Black Panther, to be able to react to it and catch up. Now, the other thing that I wanted to point out is that we're aware that Black Panther's suit can amplify his stats, like his strength, durability, and speed. And we've seen on 3 separate occasions that Black Panther is able to do this and amplify his speed. My opponents, I believe, neglected to go over how quickly their characters can cover distance. And we see that Black Panther in general can move at the speed of sound when he's running. Even if you would like to be able to refute even if you would like to refute something like that, we see that Black Panther is more than capable of enhancing his speed tremendously to deal with speedsters. The point being that if at base, there's nothing that our characters can't do that their characters can, we've matched all of their feats while simultaneously demonstrating that some of the physics in Marvel work differently regarding the speed of thought and the speed of sound. It suggests that our characters are at base faster than Deathstroke and Batman, but with the ability to amplify their speeds effortlessly. As I said before, I do not believe that Deathstroke or Batman will be able to contend with how fast they can go at max. Azazel, if you got anything else, I'll pass it to you. Otherwise, I've said everything I need to say.
I do, and this is my fault for not for not getting this out the way. Showing amplification of power, we see in Avengers 2018 for amplification capabilities such as him under Khonshu's influence or him under Khonshu's amping when it comes to speed, at least, or something that could be perceived as speed, is how fast he was able to react to Thor throwing his hammer. And just like my partner here, I'm not saying that Thor was throwing his hammer as hard as he can, causing it to go as fast acceleration, but we see even in the olden days, Thor throwing his hammer was faster than light. And now a currently stronger Thor by almost incalculable amount would be way faster. For instance, we know in this is pre-Herald, so this would also be a technical downplay when it comes to a testing of skill. But he's able to throw Mjolnir to the edge of the galaxy. Another one that we can bring up is when he was able to fly to the end of the universe with what's his name, Mjolnir. Via Mjolnir's acceleration, keep that in mind. Another one that we can throw is when Mjolnir crossed all realms. Let me grab that. Another one we can decide to throw, like, if you kind of get the common point here, is that hold on, let me grab this too. Thor crossing the universe. I can also grab two more from the older comics if you need consistency of him doing that. I can grab three more from our current comics of him doing that, and I can grab a scan of him and Sentry going at hypervelocity speeds. But I believe this is enough consistency at the moment for Mjolnir. For Mjolnir's traveling speed being something that can definitely be classified as massively faster than light, with how fast it travels. Whether or not we need to get into the numbers and the mathematics of it. Without a doubt, this is definitely faster than light. Based off just older comics where at minimum it was faster than light, and newer comics with this amount of amps that he's received and how much stronger he's gotten, it without a doubt needing to be. So that alone would show under amping that Moon Knight under a Khonshu influence, Khonshu amp, would be without a doubt faster or stronger. My bad, I meant faster, not stronger. Faster than usual. The reason this would equate to a speed feat is due to the fact that not only is he able to perceive Thor's hammer, he's also able to raise his hand almost perfectly in time to stop it with the power of Khonshu. This would take not only conscious administering of powers, but a conscious enactment of power. So this would attest to a speed feat. For other speed feats and amplification, we know that Khonshu is able to amplify his stats, whether it be, let me grab some of these, whether it be him being revived, which is that he's brought back stronger, brought back something anew, or it be the fact that whether it be something like relics, where he imbues Mark with relics and the power that comes from those, like the what's it called, the Scarab Ankh or Scepter. Let me grab those. Whether it be anything like that, Khonshu's able to attest, not attest, to give him power through these. My bad, I'm halfway awake. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Do I have anything? Real quick, related. Should I bring up? I know this is technically attributes to tech later, but this also would technically attribute to travel speed for his glider.
I would not. I think that that specifically goes into tech. Right now, the reason why I wanted to bring up travel speed is I think that it further contributes to the idea of a blitz.
Mm-hmm. I was just asking because most consistently he's seen entering his battles on the glider, so I was wondering if that should be something that's brought up now. But I'm perfectly fine with either. We can keep it. We can keep it as what it is right
now. Later, if necessary.
Yeah.
But I'm ready for them to rebuttal.
K6, y'all ready?
Oh yeah. Just give me a second. Yes, sir. Comics related. Can I have the comic and issue for the scan of T'Challa running up to that tornado, please? Hello, did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. I need to find that for you if you'll give me a moment.
All right.
Let me comb through your scans real quick, brother. I can probably grab it real quick.
You know, it was we talked about it before.
I think you were the one who helped me locate it, but I do not remember exactly which one it was.
Mm-hmm.
So give me 1 second, please.
I'll do you better. Just give me a second. I might have to trail through our DMs for me to find it. I feel like I know this one though. That's the funny part about
I think it's Black Panther 2019, if I'm not mistaken. I'm actively looking for it as well.
I believe this isn't this Action Black Panther? Marvel Action Black Panther issue 1, I believe. Yeah, Marvel Action Black Panther issue 1.
Right. I will look that up. Hold on a second.
Don't tell me this man 6 done went to sleep. I can hear him snoring.
Yeah, 6.
I ain't sleep.
6.
Nah, I heard snoring, brother.
I don't know what you hearing, but that ain't me.
Nah, I heard. Well, you just woke up. You took a good nap real quick.
Nah, ain't no way. I've been here. I can repeat everything you said, almost.
Really? Go ahead, do it.
I was about to jump on that.
Do it. Go ahead. I'm gonna hold you to that. If you can't, you can see it immediately.
No. Six is saying y'all so easy. He took a nap. That's disrespectful to me.
Listen. I've been here. I just like mentally checked out for a second. I ain't asleep though.
Nah, what happened? What happened? You can repeat everything I said. What happened to that?
Yeah.
Bro,
yeah,
I'm a judge. I approve my opponent.
But I'm here though.
I'd like to dismiss
I'm
him.
I'm here though. Shit, I got refutations and everything. That's how you know I'm here.
I'd like to prove my opponent is dishonest. I'd like to dismiss him. I'd like to get him out of here.
Nope.
Okay. Hold on a second. Because I'm still trying to locate this comic. I think I got it.
Did you not get the name of
Marvel Action? He said Marvel Action, Black Panther.
Black Panther, issue 1. Yeah. I mean, I got it pulled up already.
Let me just try Black Panther 2019.
It's if you're going off Read Comic Online, it is Black Panther 2019. But choose the one that's Marvel Action, not the other run. There's 2 runs for it.
Gotcha. Okay. So can you actually like prove that he's actually amping his speed in this instance? Like by any can you prove how we would know he's amping his speed?
We can know that he's amping his speed by the consistency of what's being demonstrated. If you check the scans before, we're gonna go back to the Discord. Where are we at? In every instance that Black Panther's suit channels his speed, you always see, where are we? Oh my goodness. Bingo. We always see some type of light-based reaction on his suit. If you look at the bottom of that page, you can see the illustration on it. You can see the illustration on it where he's covering a tremendous amount of distance, and those lights that are coming from his suit are streaking in the background, giving us the visual illustration of the
Wait, let me see that scan. Where is it at?
You said look in Discord. I just took a closer screenshot for it.
So wait, so state what you're saying again. You're saying that because it appears like he's covered. What did you say? I don't want to misrepresent what you're saying.
I understand. Any instance in which Black Panther's suit has augmented his ability, it usually glows. We can tell that the suit is doing something by the nature of how it's presented to us. In this instance, Black Panther is running at high speeds. We can see his suit glowing as he traverses the distance from the. I believe if you go back to Marvel Action, and if necessary, I'll go ahead and provide this for you. Give me 1 second.
No, I'm on it right now. It's fine. You don't have to. I'm looking at the comic book actively, so you can just tell me what you're referring to. That I can see it.
Fair. You can see that Black Panther prior was inside of a building with his sister Shuri. Mm-hmm. From there, he cracks his knuckles. And then the very next instance, we see him racing towards the tornado with at hand speeds while his suit is emitting the light that it normally does. In the same way that in each other instance that his suit has demonstrated that it's either amplifying his speed or amplifying his strength, it always glows.
Okay. Can you prove how far the tornado was from the building that he was in?
I don't think it's necessary for me to prove. I don't think it's necessary for me to prove how far it is. However,
I think it is.
Well, we can
because. Oh wait, can I?
Well, I don't. But I think that if you go back and you read Marvel Action, and I will pull this out. Can I save images from here?
Hold on, can I just stop you real quick? If you read right above the panel where T'Challa cracks his knuckles, he says that the jet is going down and headed this way. So the jet is actively heading in their direction. The tornado is what the jet is being sucked into, which would indicate that the tornado is pretty close to where they actually are currently.
I would disagree with you on that because it's a jet. The means by which
the tornado. But that's what I'm saying. A tornado. Would you agree that the tornado is touching from land to the sky as well?
Of course, but what does that have to do with what I've said?
Because you're referencing. Are you referencing that the jet is in the air? Is that what you're trying to say? To say that the jet is.
I haven't referenced the jet at all, sir. You did.
Okay, go ahead. Continue. Finish what you're saying, then.
I've given all the information. I've given all the information necessary, I think, unless I haven't understood your question. Black Panther's suit is always illustrated in a specific way whenever it's channeling power or changing something. Changing something probably is the best course. Let me try that again. Anytime Black Panther's suit is transferring power, we see that it glows. We can see by the illustration down at the bottom that T'Challa is moving very fast. That again, I think those things go without saying. You could challenge the distance by which T'Challa is traveling, and as I said to you, I don't think that it's relevant to the point that I'm making. You're in your refutation. You're in your refutation stage. Yeah. So if there's the distance that bothers you, then by all.
Okay, so Judge, I don't know if you're looking at the scan with me currently, but if you actually look at the scan, T'Challa is currently running at the tornado, and if you look, kind of goes off panel, it goes to the pilot of the plane, and then if you look in the next panel, like under that, he's transforming into his Hulkbuster armor, which is emitting a blue energy around him before it actually encases his body. So in the scan, I'm arguing that T'Challa isn't actually amping his speed. That's just him like simultaneously transforming into the Hulkbuster armor as he's running, because as you can see, you see the little streaks of blue coming from behind him, and then he jumps into the air off panel and he begins to transform into his Hulkbuster, and it's emitting the same blue energy. So I don't think that there's any indication that he's actually amping his speed here. To further prove that the speed of a tornado actually caps at 60 miles per hour, which wouldn't be an impressive speed feat at all, given the evidence that the evidence that we've showed for both Batman and Deathstroke. So yeah, I don't think that there's any indication in this specific scan that he's in fact amping his speed, but I do think that it is in fact showing that he's transforming into his Hulkbuster gear as he's running. So that's what I would have to say about that scan. Regarding the next scan of T'Challa supposedly amping his speed, this comes from Heroes Reborn. Judge, I don't know if you're aware of this story, but this is a story where the entire like Earth of 616 was like there was a lot of different things occurring in this world. Characters didn't have their normal weaknesses. For example, Hyperion, who's usually weak to Argonite, was weak to Vibranium for some reason in that storyline. Thor was an atheist and he didn't like believe in his hammers. I'll show proof of all this in a moment. I'll just grab the scans. Captain America was still frozen under the ice, meaning that the Avengers had never assembled, and the Squadron Supreme was actually like the heroes of that world, which would imply that that world isn't the normal 616 universe. Also, to add to that, Scarlet Witch also had the powers of Quicksilver as well, which is something that she doesn't normally have in her own in normal continuity, I should say, actually, to rephrase. She doesn't normally have those abilities, obviously. Same going for, again, Hyperion, being weak to Argonite in regular continuity, but in that story, for some reason, he was weak to Vibranium, which I think proves that there were things wrong with the universe. And I think that that instance of T'Challa running with Blur would just prove that he probably had an ability that he doesn't consistently have in normal continuity. Let me just grab the scans for the Heroes Reborn real quick. Here it is. Okay, hold on 1 second. I got these scans for you guys. Hold up. Let me just add this file there in my camera roll. Store it away. Got y'all right now. Someone named Lowell Charles is typing. I don't know who that is. Oh, never mind. It went away. So this scan actually comes from the book itself. These two. If you read right here, this is Doctor Doom fused with the Juggernaut, which is something that would never take place in the main continuity. And this is also Blade giving dialogue about the events that are occurring. He says maybe there aren't any vampires, but this weird new world, again, new world, ain't exactly all roses. There are still places where people starve while others feast, where generations of men wallow in ignorance and bigotry like hogs and slop, where a river of blood gets spilled every day for no good reason at all. Excuse me. He says there are still TV preachers and crooked politicians and rednecks with terrible taste in beer, and you'll find plenty of super fascists running around, happy to mistake people and planets for playthings. But there's something else this reborn world has. And then this is him going to find Thor, the Thor of this world. As you can see at the top, he says, if I could have a god of my own on my side. Then he begins to have a dialogue with Thor. Blade then says, I imagine you won't remember this, but when I first became an Avenger, you brought me to this bar, bought me a drink or three, and told me the story of how your father first sent you to Earth and made you human to teach you humility, and how you learned that lesson, or well enough, I suppose. Then you found your hammer and became your godly self again. Only problem is, in this whacked out world, I'm guessing you never found it, did you? He says, Thor then responds, my father is dead, and I know nothing of hammers or this Avenger person you seek. Leave me be, annoying person, for I must have words with my only friend here. Again, also, I'm just going to send in more scans proving that this is another world and not the normal 616. Give me 1 second. All of these scans that I'm sending in right now come from the Marvel website. Actually, no, this scan comes from the book itself. It's like a description of what's happening. The last scan I just sent. So in the first scan I sent that comes directly from the Marvel website, it says an epic oversized slugfest between the Squadron Supreme and an otherworldly group of Avengers for the final fate of the whacked out world of Heroes Reborn. So this is from Heroes Return, which is where the heroes fight Squadron Supreme. Again, this is an otherworldly group of Avengers. That's implying that this isn't the regular Avengers from the main 616. And then if we look at this next post that is also from the Marvel website, as you can see at the bottom, this is marvel.com. It says, welcome to a world where Tony Stark never built an Iron Man armor, where Thor is a hard-drinking atheist who despises hammers, where Wakanda is dismissed as a myth, and where Captain America was never found in the ice because there were no Avengers to find him. And then you look down further, it says, instead, this world has always been protected by Earth's mightiest heroes, the Squadron Supreme of America. And now the Squadron faces an attack from some of their fiercest enemies, like Dr. Juggernaut. Again, not a normal character. It's Dr. Doom and Juggernaut fused. The Black Skull, the Silver Witch, again, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver fused together. And Thanos with his Infinity Rings instead of Infinity Stones, which again proves that this is not regular continuity. Then it says, why is a Daywalker Blade the one man alive who seems to remember that the entire new world has somehow been reborn? So, with that being said, then we go into the next scan, which is basically going on. We're going into the next scan, which is basically saying a description again. It says, using the power of the Pandemonium Cube, a mystical artifact, Phil Coulson and Mephisto made a reality, which again, this is a new reality, to create a world in which Mephisto is worshipped as a god, Coulson as a president of the United States, and the Avengers never existed. Instead, the Squadron Supreme of America are and have always been Earth's mightiest heroes. So they're basically saying again that the Avengers never happened, never existed. Blade remembered the world as it once was and gathered a team of former Avengers, including Captain America, Phoenix, Black Panther, Thor, and their former ward, Child, empowered with the Cosmic Star Brand. Empowered by the Cosmic Star Brand. Together, they have set out to restore reality. Squadron, suspicious about the nature of their world after a series of recent battles, track the Avengers to Wakanda, where the two teams are now poised for their final battle. So I think that proves that that story in itself is just not, lined up with the main continuity. The next scan I want to address as well is this scan comes from the scan where T'Challa is holding onto that rock and then he starts to run. That also comes from Deadpool, correct? Deadpool versus Black Panther. Yeah. And in the page before that, Deadpool hits T'Challa with a bomb, right?
I believe he does. What about it?
Okay. Actually, can I just get the comic name and issue so I can just get the pages before it and after, please?
Jihad was gone.
He was recording and he what's it called? He's live streaming, but he stepped out for a second. So he wasn't listening, but the recording was still getting everything.
There's a faster way I can do this.
Also, Judge, just so you're aware of what my argument is for the whole Heroes Reborn thing, I'm just saying that the change in the timeline and the change in reality would inherently just invalidate the feat of Black Panther using Blur, hitting him to turn into kinetic energy and epic speed. That would just invalidate it in complete capacity because it's not a regular verse or regular 616. I just wanted to make sure you understood where I was coming from.
Yeah. No worries. This is not my first rodeo, by the way. Thank you for letting me know.
All right.
This ain't my first rodeo, boy.
Also, you're aware of everything I meant about the tornado one, right? Too.
Yeah, I took notes.
Gotcha. Perfect. So yeah, I'm just waiting for that comic initiative, and then go right into it.
It might be 4
of it's Deadpool
Black Panther versus
Black
Deadpool.
Panther versus Deadpool. Yes, correct. Okay. Number 4. Let's see.
I was right.
Yes, in fact, you were correct. Alrighty. So, oh yes, I was absolutely correct. So, in the previous panel, I'll send those in for you guys as well. In the previous panel, Deadpool throws a bomb or some type of explosion goes off, and it's an explosion in Deadpool's pouches. That goes off, blows up the entire room. We know T'Challa's suit can absorb kinetic energy. That is why his suit is highlighting purple around him. He then begins to run after Deadpool. In the panel after that, he catches Deadpool because Deadpool actually comes to a stop, and Deadpool doesn't continue to run. So T'Challa didn't really have to run that far to catch Deadpool. Also, I don't think you can prove in this instance that T'Challa was amping his speed either, because there's no statement that he was amping his speed. But we do know that he was previously hit with a bomb. And we do know that his suit highlights purple often when he is absorbing kinetic energy. So again, I don't think that you can prove he's amping his speed at all. And in the other instance that you showed from the Heroes Reborn feat, which isn't even a valid feat anyway, he specifically states that Vibranium remembers what it's like to be a meteor, which would imply that he's amping his speed. And then he's also going against a speedster as well, which would also show that he's amping his speed to that level in that specific feat, which is invalid. But in this feat, I don't think you can prove that he did amp his speed unless you can. Can you prove that he amped his speed, sir?
It's proven through the way that I already demonstrated, but I'll wait for my time to respond to everything that you said.
Oh, you can respond now if you would like.
Oh, well, I had one thing I wanted to.
It's not. It's not time to respond, because what's going to happen is I'll respond now. You're going to respond, and I'm going to respond, and you're going to respond, and we're going to get into this thing where it takes a great deal of time. I'd rather just go ahead and listen to everything you have to say, let King 6 go, and we can all keep moving forward. We this a long time ago. We still haven't got the speed.
Cool. So King 6, go ahead and say what you were going to say.
Yes, I had one thing too, a few comics related, just so I'm not misrepresenting your argument. Could you please repeat what you said about the scan with the Deadpool and the teleportation? And yes, that. Could you please repeat that?
Absolutely. So teleportation in Marvel is instant. Let me go back up to the scan real quick. What I was referencing, once I'm able to see it, is that in the middle scan or panel 2, you see that Black Panther tries to attack Deadpool. Deadpool teleports away instantly. Then he throws a spinning hook kick at Deadpool, who teleports, but he teleports behind Black Panther. Black Panther reacts to that, continues the kick, and tries to hit him where he is. But Deadpool teleports again further away.
And something that was stated at the end of that, as I said, further proof that it was instantaneous is due to the fact that it's displayed as particle phasing transportation instead of materialization.
Okay, wait. Okay, so just for clarification, are you saying that and you're not saying in any way that he hit him or anything right here? Did you?
No, sir. What I'm saying is that he reacted to him when he threw the initial kick. Deadpool was in front of him. Deadpool teleports behind him. He reacts to that and continues the kick to hit him where he was. But Deadpool reacts to that as well and teleports away the 4th time. I think Deadpool teleports a total of 4 times in that panel. But I'll scroll down. But I'll just scroll back up to make sure that I'm on the right track. 1, 2. No, it's 5. The first one here to here, then 2. That's 4. So 5 total. A total of 5 teleportations, and
T'Challa was able to react to one and attempt to counter it.
Okay, all right. We can keep going with that. I just wanted to make sure. I wanted you repeated to make sure I wasn't getting anything wrong. But okay, we're good.
Absolutely, sir. I understand.
Wait, so CR, are you saying that he's reacting to the teleportation, but he's not actually landing attacks?
I never stated that he was able to hit Deadpool. I'm saying that he was able to receive and react to
You're saying that he's just able to react to the teleportation.
Yes.
Okay, so what I would actually ask you is, in that scenario, it actually just appears like T'Challa's waiting for Deadpool to appear, and then he's swinging as Deadpool appears, and Deadpool is just teleporting again.
If that's how you want to interpret it, sir, that I understand.
So if that would be the case, no, I know. I'm just saying if you have no rebuttal for what I'm saying, if that's the case,
I believe my partner is waiting until the phase.
No, that's fine. I'm again. All I'm saying is, if T'Challa is waiting for Deadpool to appear, and then he's going to swing when he appears, that's not him actually reacting to the teleportation. Him reacting to the teleportation would be him landing an attack as Deadpool is teleporting, or as Deadpool is appearing.
No, that'd be prediction.
Reaction.
My bad. You're right. My bad. That was purely out of habit. My fault related.
I said that would be prediction. No, you're fine. Sorry. Again, so yeah, I genuinely think that this scan is illustrating the fact that T'Challa is waiting for Deadpool to appear, and then he's attacking as Deadpool is appearing. So yeah, that's all I have to say about that. But yeah, regarding the speed amp thing again, after he got hit with the bomb, can you prove again? I'm asking you if you have like a way to prove that T'Challa amped his speed in this instance.
Are we moving into our phase, or are you still going to have questions after this?
No, I still have
6. Do you have anything?
Still have a lot of things to cover.
No, then go ahead.
Then go ahead and cover all of that, and then me and my partner will talk.
Okay, that's cool. Scroll all the way back up to the top. Okay, so regarding the scan of T'Challa dodging the excuse me. You see the scan where Iron Man is blasting at T'Challa?
Yes.
Or Iron Man firing his repulsors. Yeah, can you verify whether T'Challa dodged it or not? Because it just looks to me that Iron Man is missing. It doesn't look like T'Challa has moved in any capacity in that panel. If you're referring to the panel that's directly under it, where T'Challa is holding like the spray bottle, looks like he's standing still. Doesn't look like anything, like any movement has actually occurred.
Let me look at specifically what you're saying. Sorry, go ahead and continue.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you was gonna say something. That's my bad. Hold on 1 second. Let me go back to it. So again, there's no. I don't see any indication of movement in that panel. I would need evidence of that in that specific instance. The next panel where he's dodging light behind his back. Is there a way that you could verify the distance in which he's dodging that light from? Because again, distance does matter when reacting to things. Because if you're closer to something, it's significantly harder to dodge it than it would be if you were significantly further away. So I would need a way for you to verify the distance for that as well, to prove that it'd be better than if he said me and King 6 displayed. Give me a second. The scan above T'Challa blocking the blur attacks You see the scan above that where it's like those. I don't know who these characters are, but what is like what are you trying to? What is your argument with these two scans above that?
That's Quicksilver. Quicksilver was attacking T'Challa.
That's Quicksilver. That shit does not look like Quick. That's crazy. All right, Quicksilver was attacking T'Challa in this instance.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out where he's. I'm trying to see where he's attacking him. Maybe I'm bugging. Oh, okay, never mind. I was looking at the completely wrong panel. It's in the second one. Are you talking about the second panel where the second page, sorry, where he like rushes him and then he said a dangerous approach?
Sir, please just go off of your interpretation of what you're seeing. If you don't agree with it, just please state that.
No, I don't want to misrepresent your argument, so that's what I'm saying. I don't want to misrepresent anything that you're saying. So
my argument is that Quicksilver is attacking T'Challa in this instance. That is my argument.
Yeah, I'm asking you where are you referring
where
to?
You can see that he's throwing a punch.
Can you point out which panel you're referring to? Because I
look at the first one.
See.
Okay. Look at the first scan. Look at the bottom right.
The first scan, bottom right. He says, "Who the?" My apologies, Quicksilver. I don't even know what this is. That art is horrible. I can't even like interpret what is going on in this bottom right panel. But I guess I'll disregard that if you don't even. It's irrelevant. I'm pretty much done with everything Black Panther related. Actually, hold on, I'm not. Your argument for the fight against him and Winter Soldier, where Winter Soldier is, you argue that he was reacting to teleportation in this instance as well, where he's fighting Winter Soldier. They're both suited up.
Correct.
Okay. And what specific part of the scan are you saying he reacted to teleportation? Because in the top left, he gets punched in the face or chest or whatever. He gets hit. Then he goes to grab something. Then like a miniature explosion happens in front of whoever that character is. Then it appears like they both appear. Then Winter Soldier swings and he misses. And he never actually teleports again. So where exactly does he react to the teleportation?
You can see that they're teleporting at the bottom, sir. He teleports in front of him, and T'Challa mentions the teleportation that Quicksilver, that Winter Soldier just did.
Oh, where he says teleport jumps happening at regular intervals. You're talking about that?
Yes.
Okay. How was that him reacting to teleportation? It just seems as if Bucky just teleported in front of him and then he just saw Bucky teleport in front of him. That doesn't necessarily mean that he was able to react and actually like do anything regarding the teleportation. If someone appeared in front of me right now, I could like kind of put two and two together and say, oh, they must have just teleported in here. That wouldn't necessarily mean that I reacted to the teleportation. That just means that I saw them appear in front of me. That doesn't make you reactionary. Okay. King Six, if you have anything you want to say, you can go ahead.
Nope, we all good.
Wait, no, we're not all good. We need to go over the Moon Knight.
Unless you got more to say.
Nigga, wake up. We didn't even discuss the Moon Knight feats, bro. So you say we're all good. No, we are not.
Nothing wrong with my Moon Knight feats. So, I mean, you can try.
Also, CR, one more time. There's another scan of him fighting Winter Soldier. This is the one where T'Challa is just in regular clothes. What was your argument here again? Oh wait, no, I remember actually. You were arguing that his senses detect a faint trail that suddenly disappears, correct?
No.
Okay, so can you repeat your argument for that, please?
My argument is that Black Panther was able to react to an attack simply by the disturbance that the person's body caused in the air.
Okay. That's fine. Okay, now as for these Moon Knight feats. Let's get into
I'm about to take a nap. Y'all gonna have to rebuttal quickly.
You, man, this is making me sleepy.
Bro, it's cause, bro, I'm not even gonna cap, bro. When y'all was talking, like me and Six, I don't think we was both really locked in like that. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think we was locked in.
I'm just like this. Like, this is all fun and games until you say stuff like that. Like, if you're not paying attention,
we was paying attention, but it was like it's because we were trying to figure out arguments at the same, like we were texting at the same time. It wasn't like in a disrespectful way. I promise.
Listen, it sounds like y'all can't multitask.
Hey man,
well, let me just say this: it's I enjoy the debates. What I don't enjoy is the long lulls. Me personally, I try to make rebuttals concise.
I'm gonna try to wrap it up. I'm sorry. Azazel, can you please? I would need proof of this character having FTL or light speed lasers or whatever energy is emitting from this character's eyes. Also, in the second panel that you showed, not the second panel, the second scan that you showed, can you please point out where exactly Moon Knight dodges anything? Because it shows the character shoot the lasers or energy at Moon Knight or at whoever, and then Moon Knight's just standing there. There's no lasers or anything in his in his area. There's smoke above his head, but it doesn't it's not clear that he dodged anything. It just looks like he's just standing there. So I would need proof of that. Next, in this scan, the scan right under that where it's like they're fighting Kang the Conqueror. Is that Moon Knight jumping in the air? Which one is Moon Knight? There's a guy that looks like Moon Knight like on the side of Kang, and there's a guy in the air that looks like Moon Knight. Azazel?
Just go ahead and finish your refutation, man.
Nah, I'm asking you a question.
And I can get to that during it's gonna take way longer if we do it like this. Just go ahead and finish your refutation, man.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So yeah, I guess what I'm asking is I would need clarification of which one of these characters is Moon Knight because they both look very similar. In the panel that's happening, sorry, not the panel, the scan comes directly after that. There appears to be a guy shooting energy out of his eyes. It's unclear what he is hitting or what's even going on in this scan. As well as the one directly after that as well, it says, "I am the avatar of Khonshu." He shoots an energy attack, seems to hit everyone in this page. And then as far as the one where I guess that's Moon Knight deflecting energy with Captain America's shield. Again, it would be significantly more impressive if he was actually able to move a significant distance out of reach of the light attack or whatever attack that is. I would need proof that that's light as well. It would be significantly more impressive for him to move his entire body out of the way, rather than him just lift his arm and be able to block it with a shield. So that's my rebuttal for that, because again, me and King Six showed several instances of both Slade and Batman being able to dodge light and move themselves very far away from said light attacks. And as far as that goes, that's pretty much it for me. I don't really have. Oh, sorry, one more thing I want to address: the feat where Moon Knight is actually blocking Kang's attack, or he looks like he's trying to get closer to Kang, and he's blocking Kang's arm while Kang is firing a laser blast. I would just argue that in that instance, Moon Knight was able to get to Kang's arm and move it out of the way before Kang was actually able to fire that energy blast. So that wouldn't even actually be Moon Knight dodging. The attack that would just be him.
That wasn't meant for dodging.
Blocking.
You actually would have just
okay. So what were you arguing in that instance?
The point in that instance was his travel speed, how fast he was able to travel to Kang to stop him from pulling the trigger. But we'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
Go ahead and finish your reputation.
Yeah, so I would need proof of distance for that as well. See how far he actually traveled from. And this
based
scan,
off,
all I
based
can
off
see is
what you
that
just
they were
said,
point
no,
blank.
I would not. Based off what you just said, no, I would not, because you just admitted, you verbatim admitted that he was able to travel to Kang and move his arm faster than he was able to pull the trigger. So based off that, I would not.
Yes, you would, because traveling from a certain distance is two totally different things. If you travel, if he traveled an inch away, if he traveled from an inch away, it would be significantly less impressive as if he closed the distance from about like 10 feet away. So I still would need.
Are you asserting that it is an inch away? Are you asserting that it's an inch away?
I'm not asserting anything. I'm asking you.
If you're not asserting anything, then it can be dismissed. Thank you. Moving on.
Can you? Okay, I guess. Again, I still would like to see proof of the distance on that. I still think you have to provide evidence for that. So that would be pretty much the end of my debunks or my refutations for all of these scans.
Cool. So let's go over
King
this.
Six, if you want to add anything. King Six, you want to add anything?
I got 6. He was muted. I forgot he was here.
We whistling Dixie. Come on, let's go. I'm good.
You said what?
I said we whistling Dixie. Come on, you can go ahead if we're done with our rebuttals. Okay, if you ain't got nothing else.
So let me try to explain. In the very first scan of the guy sitting shooting lasers at him, that is stated to be an optic blast. What is an optic blast? Not only is an optic blast in Marvel told to be a energy-based power, we can then look at what the speed of energy moves at. You can do a quick Google on that. They quite literally say energy moves the speed of light, if not faster. By the way, I need to respond to a DM real quick. There we go. So no matter what, that would still be consistent as laser or speed of light, SOL, or faster, actually, based off its interpretation. We can get to that in a second. Responding to your apparently using a shield to react to somebody using laser vision from behind you isn't as impressive. He was able to react and block this. From Count Nefaria out of everybody, he was able to react and block this with a holographic shield. So no matter what the reaction,
you're kind of misrepresenting. You're misrepresenting what I was saying. I was saying in comparison to the feats that I displayed, not that it was like not impressive, like in general. It's impressive, but compared to what we
say that,
chose,
you said it's not impressive. That's all I addressed.
Yeah, and you misrepresented it because I was saying it's not impressive in comparison to what I showed.
Lighting.
All right, continue. Go ahead.
Misrepresenting is using your words in a lighting. I didn't use it. I repeated what you said. So, like I said, it was classified as not as impressive, regardless of how you want to put it. Classified as not as impressive, but it is impressive. It is still a reaction speed feat since he was able to turn all the way around and block it. Nonetheless, you did not respond to me literally going over the fact how he was able to move from almost point blank range and being cratered into a pillar and move all the way behind it before lasers were able to reach him, which they were shot off. Not to mention, there was the issue under that where a laser was being shot at him, and once again, he goes from a fighting position to a blocking position. The one under that where he reacts to bullets, the one under that where he reacts to Kang. But we can get to that in a second. He also reacted to a laser blast from Kang. I sent that. The person who you said you're not sure what those scans are sent for, those scans were sent to show that that person has the ability of optic blasts. Also, that's actually my fault for not getting to the rest of that. I was moving kind of fast, so we could speed this up. I'm getting tired. What that was meant for, let me grab this real quick, is to show that Jake Lockley was able to dodge attacks like these mid-air nonetheless. Let me grab these for my where is it? I believe it's a little bit up here. Yeah, he was able to dodge these in mid-air twice. Just nearly evading it here and evading several here. In midair, dodging is way more impressive than on the ground dodging, since you can shift your momentum on the ground, while in midair, the most you can do is shift your body's positioning. That's why it's such little distance traveled in the midair to dodge it. Once again, show that it's an optic blast. Let me what's it called? If you need fucking proof that energy travels the same as light, let me send this. Let me see what else. Also, for future reference, anytime we see laser vision, unless it betrays the properties of light, we should probably assume that it's light. But sure, I'm fine with proving literally every single thing ever shown to be laser vision is light speed. You didn't address the bullet thing. The Kang thing for distance traveled. I mean, I could go out my way to pull up Moon Knight. Let me pull this real quick. I'm gonna pull up the annual run really quickly. Issue 17. Here it is, annual. Don't really see the need to, given the fact how this would be contrary to it. This would be your own belief instead of asserting evidence. But like I said, just for shits and giggles, we can entertain it. Scroll. For which Moon Knight that is. If you look in the scan, one has the scarab, one does not. And we see right here, the Moon Knight to immediately stand up is our Moon Knight, the mark that's seen in the exact. I don't know how you didn't notice this, but suit design wise, it can't be the one that was not in midair, because that one has a complete and totally different suit design from the one that's battling Kang. The like context clues kind of alert to that, but just in case, once again, there showing the one that gets up, the one that goes towards our Mark Spectre, is the one jumping after Kang, and it's the white suit. So he was the one dodging the laser in the middle of the air. Once again, middle of the air being a substantially impressive feat, since he is shifting his momentum midair, which is substantially harder than shifting your momentum on the floor and pushing off. What else? The distance traveled. Yeah, I almost forgot about that. The distance traveled what he jumped into the portal after him and dodged his turn. Not dodged his turnaround blast. Countered his turning around blast by getting closer and countering him. So that's literally shown within just 2 panels, which is him jumping into the portal, and then them clashing. There's movement shown due to the cape and the things around them. The place they're jumping into is the time stream, by the way. There we go. What else? I can also show, actually, yeah, let me get this out the way. I can just use the older Kang scans, because I don't feel like scrolling through my scan server for this. He was able to fight several times with what's his name? With Kang, and not only take stuff away from him, but trade blows with him, as represented in the scans that I've shown and the one that I just shown. And Kang is the same person who, due to his armor, correct me if I'm wrong, but is able to dodge SOL attacks due to his armor alerting him when things are near him, or when things are coming at him. Yeah, I'll just use the older scan for it. And this is a older Kang's armor. And we know the newer Kang's armor has been upgraded, and I can show that too, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. Good God. Related, did I miss anything for this, or?
No, I do not think that. As far as the Moon Knight stuff, I am going to be honest. I'm leaving you to deal with the Moon Knight stuff, and focusing solely on the reputation for Black Panther.
No, it's all good. I've already proved that it's optic blasts and that travels at the speed of light, if not faster. So I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay. So one thing to address is the nature of. Actually, let me find the other one real quick, because I think that I may have left it out. Okay. It's Comic Tutor that's the judge right now, correct?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, Tutor. One of the things I'd like to draw your attention to is the very last scan that I brought in. It's from Heroes Reborn. If you recall, my opponent's reputation, one of the things that he said pretty consistently is that something would infer something else. He was referencing and I'm bringing this up because of what he believes something means versus what's actually being said. One of the things that I would like to point out is that if you read that, Blade, as narrating the story, he says, whoever did all this was certainly thorough. He's referencing the changes that my opponent mentioned. But he said, what Blade goes on to say, but as near as I can tell, all they really had to do was change just one important thing that affected all the rest. You see, the changes to that particular timeline were not deliberate changes. What happened is the Pandemonium Q was used to prevent the, if I remember correctly, so I didn't say the second thing. What's really important is this part, but I will go and get that other scan just because I want to have it, and I like the consistency. So one moment.
Yeah, I noted it now.
Say that again.
Yeah, I noted everything you said though. You're good.
Okay. I apologize. Let me go ahead and pull that scan up real quick. I'll add that to the Discord now. The very next panel, if you read the top left, it says, that thing is the Squadron Supreme. Because the Squadron was here, the Avengers never came to be. And that absence rippled out into all corners of the globe. The Pandemonium Q was simply used to insert the Squadron Supreme into the timeline earlier than what they normally were. And because they existed when they normally did not exist, it changed everything else. The Squadron, the universe is not so wacky in the way that my opponent was trying to infer that it was wacky. It was wacky because the heroes could remember, at least Blade could remember, that there are differences, things that have changed. Not that this was some entirely new timeline. Another thing that he inferred, he was saying that he believes that everything that he suggested supports the idea that it's not normally an ability that T'Challa would have. But you can see that not only is that a consistent ability of vibranium, it's shown in the other three panels that I put before that, maybe the other four, the top three panels I put before that. Whereas vibranium has consistently been shown to amplify a character's physical stats from speed to strength. You can do it in a number of ways, whether the vibranium be infused into your body or the vibranium be a part of the technology that you wear on your body. It is an ability that vibranium has. So my opponent is categorically wrong unless I'm misunderstanding what he says when he's saying that it's not a normal ability that T'Challa would have. He goes on this, one of the things that he refuted in regards to the speed amplifications that I was showing is he was asking me something about the distance of the tornado and that's really what I remember. He was asking me about the distance of the tornado. I'm not really sure why that was noteworthy, because I was never arguing the distance between which the tornado was to T'Challa. What I was arguing is that T'Challa was covering the distance rapidly. You can see that his body is empowered. My opponent suggests that that was due to the fact that, or the glow was due to the fact that T'Challa's armor was changing. And what I would argue is that is one way to interpret what is going on. But we can absolutely see, based off the energy, based off the illustration, that T'Challa is moving at a tremendous speed, which was the point that I was making. The next thing that my opponent said regarding the panel from Deadpool versus, Black Panther versus Deadpool, is he was saying that Deadpool previously hit T'Challa with an explosive that was causing him to emit the purplish glow that he was, which is true. And he was using that to dismiss the idea that Black Panther was amplifying his speed. But one thing that we know for sure is that earlier iterations of Black Panther's suit
absorb kinetic energy and then directly translate that into different power. So just because Black Panther absorbs that explosive doesn't change anything what I was saying. In fact, it seems to support the idea because again, we see right afterward that T'Challa is moving at a tremendous speed to catch up with Deadpool. And if we want to explain what happened with that kinetic energy, we can explain it in the simplest way of consistency with Black Panther's suit absorbing kinetic energy to allow him to move faster. That just is what it is. Another thing that my opponent asked me for was the deal with Dr. I was going to say Dr. Life. No, actually, let me go to one other thing first real quick. I apologize because I have to find one of my opponent's scans. So bear with me. Really making me scroll up for this.
I'm gonna keep a whole stack. I think I have enough in terms of just like what you guys have so far. If you want to like conclude or try to push into your next sections, if it's taking too long.
I have a refutation for what he was like presenting, though, like the new scans that he sent. Actually, if that's fine, I'll make it quick.
Well, let comic related finish what he's doing first, and then see if Azazel's okay with pushing it forward.
Wait, but I have a question. When me and King 6 were done with ours, they had a refutation. Then we got to respond to their refutation, and then they also got to respond to our refutation, but we didn't get a chance to respond then. So are you saying that if they want to push the conclusions, we can't respond?
No, I'm saying I have everything I need so far in terms of like the debate. Like in terms of everything I've seen, and at least like your next refutation is like I can't say anything, but like I have to see exactly what you have to say after your last refutation.
Yeah, all right. I have a noteworthy refutation.
If you don't mind, Judge, if you can click on the reply that I just made.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Okay. Take note of the one where Batman's kind of just hanging in the air. You see, like the bullets are perforating his cape.
Yeah.
Okay. There's no real indication as to what Batman's doing there, whether he's falling or just simply hanging there. One of the things that my opponent, for whatever reason, wanted to dismiss the nature of the scan because he couldn't tell whether or not T'Challa was moving. And again, this is an interpretation issue. Like, I think that we can all, and I don't say this next bit to shame my opponent by any means. Okay, so I want to make sure that I want to keep all the debates respectful. But I think that we can use the common sense that we all have when it comes to characters like Iron Man and his targeting computer. That Iron Man is at that closer range is going to fire to the left or perhaps to the right of Black Panther's head. It just doesn't make sense. Of course, T'Challa was dodging the lasers. But the nature of not being able to tell that the character was moving is not the position that my opponent took with the scan that he sent. As such, I don't believe it's reasonable that it's an argument that he should make against me because it seems hypocritical to me. And lastly, I think that I have addressed everything, but I was asked for this. And I think there is some irony here. In the same way where Batman was dealing with Dr. Light, and I'll send all the scans in order so you guys can see them. Some of these have literally nothing to do with anything. Here are the scans that exist between when T'Challa dodges the light-based attack. And I'm pretty sure I sent those in order. The reason why I said there's irony to this is that this seems shockingly similar to what happened with Dr. Light and Batman, as well as Dr. Light and Batman when we were discussing the idea of that being at point blank range, in that the opponent was attacked, then takes a moment, then attacks back, and T'Challa dodges. But we can see that prior to that moment, T'Challa was close enough to sweep his opponent off of his feet, and both T'Challa and the other character were on the ground. However, as I said before, T'Challa was at the increased disadvantage of not only being on the ground, but having his hands tied behind his back, and still he was able to do what he did. And just to kind of drive the point home of why I said this was so easy, T'Challa meant to do all of this. Everything was purposeful. He was actually trying to demonstrate to the character, to his opponent, exactly how simple it would be to do what he was doing, allowing him to shoot him in the chest, just so he could harness that energy, blow him off his feet, and then attack him. One moment. So yes, and because I don't want to make sure I missed anything. I addressed the Heroes Reborn thing. I addressed the speed. And I addressed the request for information regarding the light-based attack. Judge, did I miss anything? I think that I got all
reaction speed.
Reaction speed? Which one?
Reacting to Deadpool. You said your feed's non-valid, remember?
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, brother. So,
my job is your partner. Don't worry.
My opponent suggested that Black Panther was waiting on Deadpool to do that. Judge, would you mind? And if necessary, I'll go ahead and I'll just reply to the image, so you don't have to look too far for it, unless you already see it.
I'm sorry. Say one more time. What are you attacking?
I'm attacking the nature of what my opponent said regarding Deadpool and how Black Panther was waiting on Deadpool. What in the fuck?
Good day to you. I'll find it. Hold on.
I'll just re-upload it real quick. There we go. All right, it's there at the bottom.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so you can see that if you just look at T'Challa's foot in the third panel, you can see that there is an illustration showing the arc, the continuous arc of his kick passing through where Deadpool was and attacking where he went before Deadpool moved further away from him. No, T'Challa wasn't able to. Oh, there is another one too. T'Challa wasn't able to hit Deadpool. I was never making that argument. I was simply trying to denote that T'Challa was able to react to the instant teleportation in the same way that when Winter Soldier attacks Black Panther, he reacts to the attack
I'd like to add something to that.
And defends himself against it. Let me pull that one up real quick.
While you do that, the thing that I'd like to add in is it was said earlier that it would be more along the lines of my bad. It basically it was said earlier within refutation to both me and my partner's things for teleportation that what was it? That since they did not basically hit them, or since they basically did not hit where they're about to be, it wouldn't be reacting. However, I'd like to point out the definition of react goes on a past tense action, which is responding or behaving in a particular way in response to something. Therefore, to actually react to something would happen first, then you'd have to respond to it, or something would have to be in the action of happening, and you'd have to respond to it. In other words, if T'Challa was to if Deadpool were to teleport and T'Challa were to strike exactly where Deadpool was about to be, that would be predicting. He'd predict where he was, unless he was able to sense the particles phasing. But even then, that'd be predicting. Reacting is if something were to happen, then he combats against it, which is what was shown to happen. Deadpool would instantly teleport somewhere, and he would instantly teleport away. And T'Challa was cutting it so close with this instant teleportation that at some points his attacks were going through the leftover residue of particle phasing. So once again, I believe this would not only be true for instantaneous via his reaction, and this would be coupling the reaction speed. I'd also like to add for consistency that Deadpool alone has fought teleporters several times and reacted to them, and T'Challa was able to keep up with him. Related, can you grab the scans of Deadpool and Black Panther fighting in this comic, and I'll grab him reacting to teleporters?
Absolutely.
Wait, Judge, being that there is new evidence being presented at this point, I think it's only fair that I'm able to refute.
You were already allowed to refute this, my guy.
Yes, your refutation comes down after this part, so yes, you can refute that after this.
Okay, that's perfect.
I like to point something out, comment tutor. New information isn't being added. He asked me for clarification on a feat. He said, I would like to know more about this.
Yeah,
and I gave him the information that he was looking for. My argument hasn't been adjusted or modified. He wanted to know more about the distance of the light-based attack. I showed him that. He wanted me to clarify the nature of the teleportation feat. I clarified that. Like, this isn't, I don't see this as
no, but Azazel just said to send the scans of Deadpool reacting to teleportation, and then T'Challa keeping up with Deadpool. So that's new information.
This is further validation of his feat. There'd be no need for me to bring it up if not otherwise. This is validated. Validating further.
There's new scans being presented, though, correct?
Related, it's fine. Even if response debunk to it or anything.
The argument is not a new argument, or it's not a new argument or a new point. It is clarification or a further explanation on how or why this point would be valid on their end. However, you can still attack that after this.
Cool.
Everything presented can be attacked. That's part of the debate.
Okay. I like the rap. I'm like, please, oh please, even if you have to write it down, please make this as quick as possible. Like, I'm losing my will to be awake right now.
I am too, brother.
I believe that I touched on everything. So, Azazel, unless you have anything specific, we can pass it to them and close afterwards.
No, I think we're good.
I'll try to run through this real quick. So starting off top, I just want to start back with the Heroes Reborn again. And the very scared that Comics Related sent. Judge, I'll just reply to it so you can see it. Now you can see the scan that I'm referring to. So in this very scan, he referenced the very text at the bottom of the page, where Blade states, "But near as I can tell, all they really had to do was just change one important thing that affected all the rest." And his argument was that they changed one thing, so it's not there. Were you arguing that just because they changed one thing, it doesn't, like, it's not a different world? Was that what your argument was? Just
not
so I don't misrepresent what you said.
My argument is that the things that you're saying are all byproducts of the one change. You represented the idea that multiple changes took place purposefully.
Yes.
When in reality, Blade clarifies that those changes were the changes that you referenced are a ripple effect of the one change.
Cool. So, yeah. So Judge, you just heard what he said. That still doesn't negate anything that I said about several changes happening, because you just heard him say that one change caused several other changes, so that would still be multiple amounts of changes happening. And again, I already went into all the changes that happened. Hyperion was weak to Vibranium. He's usually weak to Argonite. Scarlet Witch had Quicksilver's power and her power stacked together. That's not normal. That's 2 changes already. Dr. Doom and Juggernaut were fused. That's 3 changes already.
All this?
No, I'm just saying, Judge, you just pointing that out, that there were several things that were changed about the universe. So therefore, we could assume that there was something changed about T'Challa. So next, I want to refute these scans sent in reference to Shuri and Tozen. I'll first start with the Shuri scan of her running on the water. He tried to use this as a way to say that this is just the innate ability of Vibranium to allow people to increase their physicals. I'm responding to it just so you can see it, Judge. When actually that's not what's happening in that panel at all. Shuri is actually able to run on the water because she has on one of T'Challa's Panther habits. She has on one of the ceremonial garbs. In that instance, that's from Rise of the Black Panther. And in this scan that I just sent, that is from a Marvel guidebook, if you look at the bottom left corner, it's like a little text box with an arrow going to T'Challa's feet. It says vibranium pads on his boots. Vibranium pads on his boot soles allow him to walk on water, climb walls, and tread silently. So all that is happening in the scan with Shuri is she's simply just running on the water, as that is what the vibranium soles are allowing her to do. So she's not actually amping her speed at all. She's simply just running on the water because the surface of the vibranium is allowing her to stick. That's all that's happening. And as far as Tozen, in the very scan that he sent regarding Tozen, he actually, if you look at the scan, Judge, I'll reply to this as well. If you actually just look at that scan, the second one specifically, you'll see that Tozen specifically says, we found natural ways to refine its essence, talking about vibranium, obviously. He said, same as vibranium is part of the land, we want it to be part of vibranium. Same as it flowed around us, we wanted to flow with it. And for some, they didn't just flow with vibranium. For some, vibranium flowed with them. Vibranium flowed with them. Vibranium flowed through them. Our people weren't stupid. We knew one day war was going to come for us. And when it did, we wanted to be able to protect Wakanda, or they wanted to be able to. So the reason why this is important is because if you actually read the appearance that Tozen appeared in, which is Black Panther 2021 issue 3, I believe, you would know that Tozen's tribe had actually been cut off from Wakanda for years, and they actually weren't even around for much of anything. They were in their own isolation, and they practiced their own ways in how to refine vibranium. And this is only something that's specifically exclusive to Tozen's tribe. and that's why they are able to use vibranium in that manner. I'll send scans of that to prove in a second. This is the page before the scan that I just read, where it says that his tribe is actually cut off from Wakanda. It says, so way before my time, this is Tozen narrating, it says, my predecessors broke from Wakanda proper. They left to the heart of the nation and resettled in one of the mute zones, a place cut off from the self, perpetuating closed digital loop of wanting and chasing the power to get what you want. So that proves that they were cut off from vibranium. I mean, from Wakanda, or the main city of Wakanda, or the main government of Wakanda. So that's that. Next, to further prove that Shuri and T'Challa do not use vibranium in the same way that Tozen does. I don't know if you're aware, but in Wakanda issue 1, hold on one second, let me grab that scan. I did not save that. Let me
post all the scans simultaneously and go from there, because you said that you're going to make this quick. We're still on screen.
I will, good sir. Just give me a moment. This is actually the only scans that I need, so I'm done after this. Well, I'm done with this argument, at least this point.
Actually, if they lose this point due to their premise, the debate will be over. So this is good and bad.
Yeah. Anyway, in this scan, this is from Wakanda issue 1, which aired 2022. Shuri's talking to herself. She says, my thoughts keep going back to Tozen's biohybridized vibranium. I won't rest until I figure out how to create my own synthetic version. With T'Challa on the run and the future of Wakanda in peril, I haven't been able to think of much else. Then on the next page, she said, if Tozen's tribe, the Maurube, can find a way through nature, then I can find a way through. And her mom comes in and finishes her sentence. And she says, science. So this proves that Shuri actually hasn't even found a way to replicate how Tozen's vibranium works, or how his people use the vibranium. And to prove that she's not just referring to the vibranium being fused with his body, T'Challa already has vibranium ingrained in his body. He has it on his teeth. He also has it, I'm pretty sure, on his skeleton as well. I can provide a scan for that as well if you guys need. Do you guys need me to provide a scan for that, CR, or do you already know that exists?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Perfect. So I don't need to provide that. So yeah, she's not referring to that. She's specifically referring to imitating how Tozen's vibranium is able to work. So that would prove that any abilities that Tozen has is exclusive to Tozen and his tribe, and that they would not be able to use vibranium in that manner. Next, I want to address a few things that Azazel said about the optic blast. And you sent this definition, or this little text box or whatever. It says this energy travels in the form of electromagnetic waves at the speed of light. It says this energy, but it never specifies what energy it's referring to. I don't know what. So I don't know what energy we're specifically trying to prove moves at the speed of light in that instance. It's not clear in the definition that you sent. Also, you still didn't really prove. You didn't send any. I don't see any statement where it says that those optic blasts were light speed. You kind of just said that they were light speed. You didn't actually show anything, unless I'm mistaken and you did send something that says that they were light speed. If you did, I would like to see that, or you can point it out to me.
Okay, so as recollection, as a judge, he did state that most lasers, if not all lasers, and optic blasts like that were light speed, which did not go contended.
Wait, hold on, say that again. I kind of couldn't hear you. Kind of muffled.
As a recollection, Azazel did bring up how like optic blasts are lasers and other light-based attacks are light speed, and it's like common knowledge. Azazel brought that up directly, and no one contended it, so that would have to actually go through
optic blast. No, that's what I'm saying. No, so like, but that's what I'm asking. How can he prove that all optic blasts are light speed? That wasn't. I don't think that was proved.
Well, that's the thing. When you make a statement and it goes uncontended, the proof does not need to be provided.
Wait, hold on. I'm contending it now, though. He said that in his last refutation to my first refutation, and I'm asking him now. Can you prove that's like what I'm doing now?
You guys are doing like a different debate structure than what I'm used to.
Yeah, I couldn't cut him off like mid, argument. You feel me? So that's why I'm doing it now. So yeah, again, Azazel, I would like to see evidence that all optic blasts, including this character that you're using, has light speed attacks. If you can provide that. Also, regarding this is the last thing I want to touch on, and then I'm cool. Regarding T'Challa reacting to the teleportation, and hold on, I'm trying to find that. That shit is mad far. Hold up. Actually, I have two things that I want to touch on. I want to touch on before I get to the T'Challa teleporting thing, just because I'm already right here. Azazel, in the scan where Thor throws Mjolnir at Moon Knight, I don't think that there's any way to prove that that Mjolnir was moving at light speed in that instance. If you can prove that, that would be nice as well. Specifically because it's an object that someone throws. You basically said that it moves at light speed, or you were, at least it sounded like you were implying, correct me if I'm wrong, that it was moving at light speed, or that it moves at light speed at all times, which wouldn't make sense because we've seen Thor do things like just drop his hammer on the floor, which you would be, with your logic, implying that he dropped his hammer on the floor at light speed because the hammer moves at light speed, which wouldn't make sense. And if it did hit the floor at that speed, it would create a significant impact on the ground, which it never does. And we know that Thor can control his throwing power. He doesn't have to throw the hammer as hard as possible in every instance. So again, I would just need proof that it's light speed. In that specific instance with Moon Knight specifically. And then lastly, teleportation. Where is this shit at? Oh, here it goes. So yeah, again, CR, your rebuttal was that T'Challa was able to react to it. And sure, about the definition of reaction, he was technically able to react to it because he was able to respond to it. But in what we're discussing the impressiveness of these responses and how they correlate to each other, like in each character in a debate. And again, you said that the T'Challa's kick starts on his, this appears to be his right, my left, and he sweeps it around to where Deadpool is teleporting.
If you're going to reference the impressiveness of it and what we're trying to do, that's for the judge to decide. Whether or not you think it's impressive or I think it's impressive, I don't think we have to dialogue on. I posted mine, you posted yours. If we're specifically in this going to be talking about that, just leave it to the judge.
That's cool. I'll just say this one thing and then I'm gonna be done. Yeah, T'Challa you said that he is kicking where Deadpool is appearing. That's not what's happening. He swings, he starts facing Deadpool because Deadpool, if you look at the top panel, Deadpool's in front of him. He jumps at Deadpool. Deadpool teleports behind him. Then he starts his kick, tries to kick at Deadpool. Deadpool is gone. Then Deadpool teleports behind him again. And then T'Challa says no. And then that's where Deadpool pops up. So T'Challa never actually started his kick from the first teleportation image of Deadpool, like where the kick starts from. That's not where Deadpool was when the kick started. When the kick started, Deadpool was behind T'Challa. And by the time the kick landed, Deadpool was gone. And then he was behind T'Challa. So that's all that I wanted to say. Regarding, just make sure I covered everything, and then we can move on. Yeah, other than that, that's pretty much it. I'm done. King Six, if you want to add anything, you can go ahead. I don't think you do though. You've been pretty quiet this entire time.
No, I do not want to add anything. If you're good, I'm chilling.
So judge, if you're ready, you can. It's up to you now.
Okay, so everybody's good then? Yes, no?
I'm pretty sure me and Related still want to respond to that.
Wait a minute. If we respond to that, then
we're gonna have to respond again.
Then he's gonna respond again, and then we go into closing.
Let's just end here. Let's go into conclusions.
Yeah, let's go to conclusion. State your quick synopsis, and I'll make adjustments from there.
As a conclusion, I just want to bring this up for me, and my partner can go right after me. Several times there were several uncontended statements and uncontended lines of logic that I brought up. One being such as how I said when Thor threw his hammer, it would not be at maximum speed or maximum efficiency. But however, since in the past it is shown that at minimum he was able to throw at light speed when throwing it at enemies. And we know he has received an amp that is several times that to this day. that this would be assumed to be way faster than the base speed of light, if not just the base speed of light. That line of logic seemed to go over my opponent's head almost directly, and their response to it was non-correlative. Not to mention there were several other things like my proof of the optic blast and my line of reasoning around why this optic blast would be a form of energy, and why light and energy due to Einstein's equation would be same. But yeah, like I said, I think I think me and my partner's premise has been fulfilled, rendering our opponents null and void. Related, go ahead.
I would approach my conclusion in the same way that my partner did. Our premise was that at base, our opponents, at base, our opponent's characters would struggle to deal with our character's speed. And the reality of the situation is they never addressed any of the, and that I can remember, any of the base speed feats that we put out there. Not one. In relationship to us saying, in relationship to the premise that we established. And then I went on to establish that with the ability to increase their speed, then they would not be able to deal with that. The base, the premise that I established in regards to the base speed was never addressed. And while my opponent admirably tried to dismiss certain things, I am of the opinion that he did not. I would elaborate on that further, but I think that would go into a refutation. So I believe that the premise for speed has been established. That's
I want to add something to mine real quick that I forgot to bring up because I'm halfway fucking awake. Yeah. Even if we were to say that one of my feats were debunked, which obviously wouldn't be, there's several other that were uncontended for being light speed feats, such as Kang's laser and dodging in midair and shit like that, and how dodging midair would be substantially better than on the floor, which would make it several times the speed of light, etc., blah blah blah. Pretty sure you already got that written down though.
Yep.
Tutor, can we give our conclusion now, please?
Of course.
Absolutely, sir.
All right, perfect. In conclusion, I believe with both the feats that I presented and King 6, that our premise was fulfilled. Our premise was originally that Batman and Deathstroke can react to and tag Black Panther and Moon Knight. With the feats that both parties displayed, I believe that both sides displayed characters reacting to light. I also believe that I was able to successfully debunk the idea that T'Challa could amp his speed. And CR actually didn't have any contention, or not when I didn't have any contention, but he didn't say anything regarding any of my refutations.
That's not true. I wasn't able to respond to your last one. I didn't have that opportunity.
Hold on.
To make sure that's clear.
Comment related. Comment related.
Yes, sir.
I love you, but you gotta let him finish.
Nah, it's fine.
Fair enough.
It's fit. Yeah. I think that I successfully debunked both the idea that T'Challa could amp his speed. Also, I think I successfully debunked the idea that the Heroes Reborn feat is canon to the main continuity. As far as whether I think our premise was fulfilled, I definitely think it was fulfilled. And I also think that we defeated their premise because their premise was that our characters would struggle in base, but they didn't really show their characters doing anything that our characters didn't, like, that our characters couldn't do. So with that being said, I think that our premise was fulfilled. King 6, if you want to add, you can go ahead. This nigga is asleep. Yo, King 6.
My shit was muted. My fault. No, you good. You good.
Go ahead, bro. You have to add to. Oh, that's it. You don't have anything to do, bro. We're in conclusion game. Oh my. Bro, all right. You don't have anything to add, bro?
No, because you covered my kid. You mentioned Deathstroke too,
okay.
So it's like,
what
are we doing?
Cool. All right. My fault. That's my okay. All right. So, Judge, that's all. That's all. You can give your judgment. And it is what it is.
Okay, so I've been taking notes forever now, so I have like 3 paragraphs of notes I've been taking. But there is something that King 6 and K, you guys did not catch that I was able to, that Your opponents did, and they didn't really let you know. So I mean, you gotta pay attention to these things. These things are important. Azazel brought a good reputation on consistency when it comes to like Batman and the pedophile. Their speed feats when it Deathstroke, that's it. Their speed feats when it comes to their light speed feats and the inconsistencies that come with it. But the main defeater here is how you guys couldn't give a consistent speed scaling for the bullets that were being fired, and I believe Comics Related had a pretty good reputation on why Black Panther and Azazel's speed at base, their character's speed at base would be much faster than y'all's, and this was shown through consistency and stuff like that. I believe that Azazel and Comics Related also had better argumentation and rhetoric and better lines of reasoning, which defeated y'all's. However, you guys did have some relative points, such as attacking certain things. But one of the main defeaters here that I didn't really think you defeated well enough was Moon Knight being able to catch Thor's hammer while it was being thrown at him. I know that you said he's not throwing it at full speed. However, that's not a direct defeater. You would have to ask him to prove it's at full speed or anything like that. You just said it's not, which is just a claim, right?
Not a claim, but they didn't get to refute. So
attack what I set up. I never asserted that he was throwing it at full speed. I actually said that he wouldn't be. That's what essentially is what he's saying. He's saying what you set up isn't a defeater.
And plus, the main issue with Thor's hammer is he showed consistently that Thor's hammer, even at a hyper casual speed, was able to cross galaxies in a matter of seconds, which would be MFTL or high name FTL.
Yeah.
So even a casual Thor throwing a hammer would. Yeah, a casual Thor throwing his hammer go across a galaxy in 60 seconds is still more impressive than anything you've shown with Hateful Dad and Pedophile. So, although Batman and Deathstroke do have impressive feats that you've seen, they just have better defeaters for your arguments than you have there. So I have to give this to Comics Related and Azazel.
Mr. Judge, since their premise has been defeated and their premise was dependent on our characters, this would
yes, you wanted to.
Okay, cool. I'm going to sleep.
Oh my goodness, this is the third time that's happened, and I am honestly irritated.
People need to be more careful. You can't set your premise.
I'm not debating.
You can't set your premise on defeaters. Premise set on relative defeaters, if they're defeated, cost you the debate. Just say my character is this speed. Just say whatever you want to prove your character to be as a premise. It's better than setting it against your opponents, because once they defeat that, you lose.